Let's go! Let's fucking go! Fuck yeah! Let's go! What'd I tell you it's gonna go to? Let's go! Sorry if I just blew some eardrums in chat.
All right, here we go. Excuse me there. Rocking and rolling on this Friday. Let's go dark mode today. We're going dark mode. We're going dark mode at first. Dark mode, baby. There we go. Dark mode. I like it. Dark mode time. How's everyone doing? Hopefully having a good Friday so far. Rocking and rolling here. Double dual stream Friday, everybody. Double down. AK-47 says, we're going 2 for 2 today. Here in about 25, 15, about 20, a little over 20 minutes from now, 20, 25 minutes from now, I'm going to get the levels in for you guys. Free live levels, right? Lovechip. So you've seen them all over on the Discord. You've seen them on the Discord. Set that up for us. Got it going, rocking and rolling for us. There's Lovechip in chat. Bothy, how we doing? Dark mode is there. Yeah, right. Good morning to you. How we doing, Lovechip? Bothy. J Bow. King Lion. Cosmic Rays. Whoever else is in chat today. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. Going over levels at first. We'll just go over some small cap levels. And then we're going to go from there. Let me know if you guys have any questions. But Lovechip coming up first. Here in about 20, 25 minutes. And at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. Noon Central, 11 Mountain Time, 10 on the West Coast AM style. Adrian Manz. If you've never heard of Adrian Manz, look him up. I know you all know who Lovechip is. I think that's a no-brainer. If you haven't heard of Adrian Manz, go look this guy up right here. He's been doing it for a very long time. Has earned his living trading equities and own accounts in 1998. Dr. Manz is a graduate of the prestigious Peter F. Drucker School of Management and was awarded a doctorate in organizational behavior from the Claremont Graduate University. Yeah, this guy's been around and done it. Before some of us were even maybe shitting our pants in chat. Maybe some of us still were in 98. I know I was, unfortunately. We talked about the golf situation that happened in 99 or 2000. That was a shark, though. That was a shark, okay? I thought I was going to fart and I shit, okay? And I was on a golf course. It was a hot day. That was, no, not a lot of beer. It was only like 15. It's not a lot of water, I don't think. Maybe too much water. I didn't get it. I don't know. Anyway, Adrian Manz on this afternoon, though. 1 p.m. Eastern. Lovechip's coming up first. And it's kind of like the day when CR Trader came on that Friday where it was really meh at first. So this is good. We get Lovechip on, go over some stuff, have him on for a good 45 minutes or so. Then maybe we'll possibly get something to run about 30, 45 minutes after they'll be like we have been. Let's go over levels. Yeah, both. It was not a good situation. It's a hilarious story. It's a hilarious story. I mean, I was like, again, 10th, I don't know if you heard of it, 10th hole is one of those nice courses in Florida where you don't circle back around because it had two courses on each side. So like there's like this, after the 9th hole, they have this cool little bar out there, right? We passed that. We're on 10. We're on 10 now. Way away from a clubhouse, and the bathroom is the one that's at the fucking little bar thing, and it's just like it's like you have, not like you have to have a key, but it's on the outside. It's like it's nothing. Anyway, regardless. 10th hole on the green. I remember telling Leon, my buddy that came with us, I got to take a buddy that year. It's me and my buddy versus Dad, and anyway, one of his buddies came down. We were down there at the same time. That we were on the green, they weren't. I was like, man, I got to fart. He's like, let it rip. Oh, I'll let it rip. And I was like, ooh. I didn't think much came out until I went to sit down on the golf cart after the hole was over. And I was like, whoa. You do one of those, whoa. You feel it, whoa. Well, Tucker, Randy Hatfield's son, was like in love with me. He rode right in the middle between me and Leon. I'll never forget going to tee off on 11. And my ass faced, of course, when you tee off right-handed, right-hand golfer, your ass faces the golf cart path, right? Well, where they're all standing. Oh, they just all start laughing their ass off. And then finally, it's about that size brown. All the way, I was wearing boxers, went through to the shorts. Tucker's like, no, he doesn't want to ride with us anymore. It's hilarious. Well, that was hilarious. I then immediately like, okay, y'all stay here and play this hole. Because I nailed my drive or whatever I could. And I went back to 9 and I went to whatever. Boxers were gone, threw those away, wiped my ass as best I could. Then in 95, 90 degree Florida heat, I had to play fucking 8 more holes of golf. Oh, that was the most chapped my ass has ever been in my life. Thank the good Lord we were in Florida and I could just go bathe and then just go sit in that salt water. Because you better believe I was like, I cannot wait. Because we usually go play earlier. And then we get back 1-ish or so and we go to the beach. I went straight to the beach and I was just like, oh God, my butt so chapped. Oh, it was, I mean, and then imagine the chappedness the next day and the next day. Oh, God, it was absolutely horrendous. Man, just bottom line, are you still out of... Yeah, we still go to Tiger Point. Yeah, both it was. That's a job. I mean, I'm full of these stories that you think would be fake almost. I'm like, no, let me. You can call my dad real quick or my mom or Leon because Leon was there. All right, let's go through levels real quickly. Here we go. All right, don't forget today is Double Dual Stream Friday with my man Lovechip, my brother. I love this guy. He's going to come over and show you what he's been doing in the stock market and how he kind of went from, a new trader struggling at TradeCaster, slowly getting better, moving to bounce plays and going along to now dude shorting it up all over the place. So he's going to show you his journey and what he's doing and strategies. And then this afternoon, that's coming up here in about 20 minutes, 15 minutes. And then this afternoon, 1 p.m. Eastern, Adrian Manz will be on. Both will be recorded, so don't worry about if you do miss them. If you want to catch them live, please do. We'll love it. Share the links. Otherwise, both will be recorded. All right, let's get into levels. I'm actually running YC. We're seeing YCBD. I've not seen this play in a while. I guess we did see it back in September. I've got Lions in September actually hitting on the dot right now. This is why I love putting the Lions in and seeing how well they work out. Running right into resistance at 140, I have a line in. I almost on the dot have a line in where support's at. I was literally 1 or 2 cents off at a line at 121, 122. You have support at 120. Shocking, right? These plays are just too predictable the more you look at them. I do have a line at 150 over 140. So this must be a slower mover from back in September when we were kind of slowly dying out here. Now, I do see a nasty upper shadow at 160. So over 140, 160. I've got a line in at 170 and then another line in at 185 close to 190. This is a slower chopper mover. This could, though, take the mob, and I think, in my opinion, would be one of those things that spikes up like Beat did out of the bell yesterday, then kind of just consolidates and is more of a slow and steady Yeti for the rest of the day. Now, back down below that 120 mark, where do we have support? Back down to after hours highs at 105 into 1. If it cracks that, it's probably done. YCBD. You just have to fall into water. Yeah, right. When that happens, yeah. Just go sit down and kind of shake it around a little bit. If I remember, maybe a good short around 10 slower mover. Yep, I'm like I said, I'm not going to go over too many plays today. I want to get Lovechip on more than anything. It doesn't look like we're going to have a great play out of the bell today. Probably going to be one of those days where we have, like I said, like recently, where DBGI or BBGI, or OCG, all these plays are usually 30, 45 minutes, an hour after the bell. We're like, oh, there we go, we've got a runner. Yesterday it was the same thing. About an hour or 2 hours after the opening bell, we got a runner. And let's, by the way, just real quickly, let's look at OCG. Whoa! Whoa! That's nasty. All right, MSOX, I think, is the number 2 top gainer. It's just we have MSOS and MSOX, so they're going to run exactly the same. It's a cannabis play. The MSOX is leveraged, so it's moved up a little bit higher. But they'll move exactly the same. So I'm just going to do MSOX because it's a bigger mover. On the way down, major support 615 into 6. Under 6, watch for a crack down to 675 into 670. Under that, it's going to crack down to around the 610 mark. Or 510, my bad, team. So 6, under 6 to 575, 565 area. Then under that down to around 510, 515. On the way up, 670 resistance. Over that, we run into some really strong resistance right around 7. We've seen that a lot recently. This $7 area being tough titty, said the kitty, for a lot of these tickers. And then over 7, we have resistance around 740. And then again, that high at 780 in after hours. If we do somehow get over that high in 780 in after hours, watch for a move to 805 to 810 and possibly up to maybe today, of course, 875 roll, but then possibly could get to 960. And overall, there's no way we're getting higher than 1050 in my opinion. Now, unless this somehow takes off and goes bananas, but I doubt it does. Masocks. Can't believe I didn't call that Masocks. Here's Akon and Young Cheesy. Akon is back at it. This thing is always a great short. If you go back and look at this, almost every time this play pops up, it drops down. Now, we haven't had too many big spikes for it to drop down, but we can just go back to December the 5th. We can go back to November the 14th. Any day this play seems to be up, it crashes down. Now, on the way up for resistance for Akon, locked up. 140 area resistance. Over that, we run to around the 160 area, over 160 to around 175, over 175 into 2 for Akon and Young Cheesy, and I don't think it gets any higher than that. On the way down, see if after hour support can try to hold up here at that magical 120 mark. If not, we know, just like the last sticker I went over in this same area, which was YCBD, 105 to $1 is always some good support. Again, if it cracks that, it's probably done for the day. Beat it, beat it. I guess Beat It did have a little bit better move yesterday. I kind of forgot about Beat. I played Pets, but Beat It is Beat It. Beat It does remind me of my point being of what possibly YCBD or maybe even Akon could do. I'd go more YCBD because that's what kind of yesterday, if you go back and look at Beat, it was moving up, same sort of area. Chart's a little different, I know, but it had that real good squeeze from 140 right up to around 2. And then it chopped around pretty nicely and still made its move up to 280 for the day. And then really, again, just was a kind of a staircasey mover. On the way up, 255 resistance. Over that, we run into around the 270 to 280 mark. That's very strong. Over 280, what is the next resistance line? Well, 350, 52-week high. 350, 52-week high. On the way back on down for Beat. Major support is that pre-market low area right around 215 into 210. We saw that yesterday throughout the day and being a theme and has been always recently. For a lot of the IBIO the other day, a few days ago, and we took a bounce play there. Even Pets there yesterday, but the 210 mark is going to be key to hold for Beat. If it cracks below 210, I don't think we'll see this play do anything today. You guys have any questions, any stocks you want to go over, let me know. I'll look at I'll look at that play in just a minute, Paula. Pets is another play here, possibly even for a hangover play. You know, Kevin Avery, excuse me, if he's trading today, I don't know if he does on Fridays. 270, excuse me, team. 275 would be the key. Under 275, of course, pre-market low, crack of that, down to 275. We crack 275, we're going down to 250 area and could fade from there. Now, this will be on high watch if and when can get over 340 and actually hold 340, 350 area. That'll be the key today. That's the gatekeeper. If we get over 340, 350 and hold it, you know, for 5-10 minutes, build a channel up there, a wedge, that thing can easily squeeze to 4 and hit yesterday's high of day, which is a nice, good upper shadow. Over 4, which we have strong resistance there, watch for move up to around 430, and over that, watch for move up to around 450, 460. Again, Pets is like Beat. It's more of a slow and steady mover. Now the fun part. Oh, let me do your play real quick, Paula. FRMI, FRMI. Oh, God. Well. This and like OCG, I don't touch these plays, Paula. I never touch these plays, Paula. Anytime I have in the past, just for fun even, they've never really provided for good results for me anyway. I just don't like touching these plays. It's just, in my opinion, I don't like them. But if you want to trade them, yeah, that 10 floor, you know, maybe average into around 1050, 1020s area. You know, that would be the short. That would be the short. Otherwise, you don't really have a lot to play with. You don't really have anything until that little dip right there off the 1385 whatever mark. You know, even make right. You know, but yeah, that would be it. This area right here. I would look for it to maybe even die even more. We saw that yesterday from OCG. If we look at OCG, I know at one point I thought this play was done. Kevin Avery, you know, he was shorting this, and I know he was going long. He was going long, and he was right to get out. That's right. He was going long. Because, I mean, I was not surprised. I thought we'd see a bounce and come back up, maybe even to that VWAP, but I knew this play would go down for more. I didn't think it would go all the way down sub $1 yesterday and then find its way into, like, you know, right around $1. And then today, as you can see here, we just dumped down for even more. So I wouldn't be surprised that happens on a play like FRMI. I was like, where the hell is that play at? So, yeah. I would imagine it goes down more, so just keep your eye on that. But yeah, the reversal area sometimes is pretty hard, but sometimes can be hard to identify. All right, let's see here. Any other questions you guys have, go ahead and let me know. Otherwise, I'm going to go ahead and do this part. Yeah, that OCG play was nuts. What could pop today? That's the question here. Is it going to be a play like maybe BBGI again? Could it circle back up and go around here for maybe another move? AFJK, could that get up and go off its ass today? I can't remember all the other crazy movers we had here. OCG is definitely done. We saw that one completely die off yesterday. Hopefully you saw that. That one's definitely done. Could SMX, and it tried to yesterday, but yet it just couldn't get going again. Could SMX possibly get off its ass and go today? That could be possible, you know, over that 270 area in yesterday's high of day, and it's still holding up. That could be a play today. I'm just not in love with anything. I'll just say that right now. What to trade small caps at the bell? My favorite would be YCBD and the squeeze up over 140s, 150s for that move up close to 2, especially if we can get that volume burst. That's my favorite play at the bell for small caps. I'm not a big fan of what we're seeing so far today. Beat could have continuation, same with pets. But right now, I mean, I'm more focused on getting Lovechip on and getting everybody, I'm just kind of let him get the mic and let traders listen to him and what he's thinking about. Again, ask him questions at first, but then get him into stocks and, what he's looking, going over and stuff like that. Giving him the floor, so to speak. I'm not really worried. Thankfully, it is like the day that CR Trader had the, dual stream Fridays. Small caps, not a lot there. Most likely look 30 minutes, an hour after the opening bell like we have recently. And we will hopefully today, like we have recently, over the past few weeks, find a runner about an hour after the bell. All right. Yeah, Miggy. I mean, look at that die-off yesterday. Miggy was another one. I caught that at the end of the day. For about a $750 banger on the way down. After it opened up from this halt down, and it came back up and reversed. When it came back down and turned red, that's like my halt strategy. I got in on this candle for the move back down below sub 6s. And actually, literally, my last bit of shares I held right as it was halting down at 605. Not that it would have mattered. TTP would have cut me out there at that same mark anyway. But I got out right as it halted down. So I got in right through here on the 730s, 20s mark. Because it was a bad field because of how much slippage there was and how the spread and whatever. Nice little move there. I was like, man, I'm trying to get a piece of this pie. But again, look how bad that sold off yesterday. So it's just... I'd be careful, and I know we talked about this. Me and Kevin Avery, myself, and other traders understood that. I would imagine, but hey, you see that at the end of the day, OCG throughout the day, and then you get Miggy to just shit on itself. I'm telling you right now, that's scaring out a lot of traders to go long today, 100%. Spy. Let's see if we get all-time high today. All right, here we go with some levels. We got K play they're talking about. Can you look at Chillery ran after hours yesterday, just hit pre-market high? Yeah, I'm not a fan of TLRY. I wouldn't trade this play. TLRY doesn't run much. It just never really runs much. You just go back to past chart history here. I'm going to call it right now, both of you, that this play most likely runs. It's going to run more in pre-market than in market. Now, there are a few days here where it has, range here. There's a range of $5. Here's a range of like $2.90. But most of them, there's some days it ranges, but you can see majority of the days are very little days. Very little days. I'm just not a fan of TLRY, but I'll go over it for you. 1050 is the bounce play for me. If I had to take a bounce play, it's 1050. I'm not a big fan of shorting up top the first time around. I just think that's guessing, in my opinion, a lot of the time. Bounce plays are more predictable because you can say, hey, here's an area. It's on the chart. Traders see it. The first bounce area to me is going to be right here, 1140 into around 1125. So this old resistance into this little support area right here, kind of down even into this like 11, 20, 15 mark. That's going to be your first dip buy. Now for the small little bull flag and squeeze up, where do we go to next? Probably right into this floor of 12. If we get through 12, watch for a move into around 1220. 12 to 1220 area is going to see some resistance. Now over that, maybe we do get a good pop-up. You don't see a lot. It's just a big channel and consolidation. It could maybe get the move in here. You can see where my crosshairs run into right there at the 1265, 1270 mark. That's where I could see maybe this play possibly get into 1265, 1270 at most today. Then over that, watch for a move into around 13. Over 13, we run into around 12. There's a net 13 to 1320 like we had to 12 to 1220, right? Those would be the levels I use. Then again, for the bounce play, I'm just coming back down to consolidation here like we've been doing so much here recently and killing bounce plays. 1140 to 1120 would be your dip buy. It does have the news this morning with marijuana, of course. So this is a marijuana play. It's been around for years. Been looking at it since 2018 possibly. I think it was the first year we looked at it, if I'm not mistaken. There you go, brother. What's up, Joe? How we doing, Joe? What do you think about KPLT? I'll tell you right now, I'm not going to trade it. I'm not going to trade this trash. Probably look for a short up top. Look for a 980 reversal, 950. I don't like these fish hook type plays. I want staircasing plays. It's ugly. This is ugly. This is an ugly chart for me. This is ugly. I'd give this a 4 or 5 out of 10. Just ugly. I don't like this. But if you do like reversals and up top, you can look for a play up around this 950 to 980 area for a short, right there. It may start to fail in this 875 mark. We've known that area for a very long time. 875 rule is a very nice standard line of resistance for whatever reason, a gatekeeper to 10. On the way up, we knew, and we can already see here, of course, in pre-market today, and then even going back to past chart history and the floor being right there, right at around this 1060-50 mark's really going to be strong. So I'd say 1080 into 11 is going to be the strongest resistance we see on the way up today for KPLT. If we get higher and over that, then watch for a move into around 1165. Could get to 12. This could be the play that maybe a lot of traders go over to. I doubt there's any news on it. Is there news? Okay, the Aaron's company and see if it's holding to combine. Okay, got a little news here. We have a little news. Aaron's. Hey, I work for fucking the Rent-A-Center, so I get it. Let's see here. Combined expected to have 400. Okay, that's something. That's decent. $450 million. That's nice. That's nice. That's better than 5 mil, whatever the hell we saw the other day from whatever ticker. Again, just the chart. I don't care what the news is. It's all about chart for me, and that is just not a pretty chart. Not a pretty chart. Now, again, if you like to go for reversal at this 950 to 980 mark, go on and do it. I'm looking for bounce plays. That's all I'm trading pretty much for the rest of the year. Bounce plays, bounce plays, bounce plays, bounce plays, bounce plays. You got it. Yeah, I don't trade that, though. Yeah, I just don't like that look, James. Not a good look for me. I just don't like the way that looks. It's just not a big fan of the way that, again, like me right now, I've talked about it. Look at all my trades recently. I say all, but majority of my trades here recently have been bounce plays and they've been money, and that's all I'm going to be doing. I don't really care about trying to get a short in and guessing is it going to be 875 or is it going to be 950 or do both. When I find bounce plays, because I haven't had one bounce play be wrong recently, honestly, that's the one thing too. I haven't had a bounce play be wrong and I can't tell you how long. And the ones I've alerted, haven't traded to the ones I've alerted and have traded. The hell am I going to trade anything else for? So I'll just wait for bounce plays to come. If they come, they come. All right, no more. Unfortunately, I got to get to these levels for the large caps, and then I got to get Lovechip on. Let me get to these levels here. All right, so large cap levels. Probably won't do as many today. Please come on and join in that live stream. I will do SPY, looking to maybe finally hit all-time high in market. Did after hours and after hours. Did yesterday and after hours. On the way up today, 2 or 6. Going with the 2s here, obviously, out of nowhere. 689.80. 689.80 into 690 resistance. Over that, I don't see how we don't pop in it after hours. Yesterday's high and after hours, 91.25 will be my normal high of day. Ultimate high of day over 91.25. Watch for move to 92.50. And over that, I'm going to say we finally have a good, green, solid day here. And we squeeze up through to 93.50. And ultimately, first big day in a while, other than JP's big spike on Wednesday that led to nothing but coming back down. 695 ultimate high of day. 691.25 normal, 695 ultimate. Now on the way down, major support, you can see a lot of pre-market low support. Really nothing there on the chart there other than this low on pre-market, but I'm saying there's really nothing there on the chart. A little bit in after hours on Wednesday, but this 687.75 mark. Watch for a crack of that. I don't think we'd say that tight today. Watch for a move down to 687.15 to 687 area. And then I'll go one more level down into around 686.30 for your normal low of day. Ultimate low of day then goes down to around 685.60 to 685.35. One more crack, in my opinion, leads us down to 684, just under 685. We'll call it 684.85 to 684.75 area. Ultimate low of day. Let's go to subtargets, man. How many of these can I leave alone? How many of these can I leave alone? Leaving it alone. Leaving it alone. Leaving it alone. Pabba, still right back up in that trend. I'll just look if I zoom out a little bit. Man, a lot of these plays are stuck. Guess I'll give B. Not a big fan of Apple, AMD, BABA. Just not a lot of good charting there. Even B's been finally giving us some decent movement here and there. And kind of a spread out channel. It's really spread out compared to the other trades and tickers here. So watch for move down today. Next support I see is at 104.50. into 104. Under 104, watch for a move down to 103. 103.20 area. Under 103.20 area, watch for a move down to around 101.50. 101.50, normal low of day. Ultimate low of day then goes down to 100. Under 100, we go down to around 99. 99 into 98.75 are ultimate low of day. On the way up, watch for a downtrend break for a break back over 108.50 for the move to 109.30. Over that, we go to 110. Yesterday's high of day will be my normal high of day. Ultimate high of day then squeezes back up to 111.50. And I'm going to then go with the high area of Tuesday and major resistance from Monday, the low from Friday, 112.85, 113, ultimate high of day. Oh, we beat. That's a small cap, please. Good idiot. Beat it. Damn. Google stuck. Meta stuck. These plays are all stuck today. NVDA, gross. Oh, man, these plays are stuck. And you can see the chop we've had here recently. I mean, look at this. I mean, we've had crazy chop plays, nasty reversal days. This is just up, down. Look at all the chop, small chop, small chop. This is a okay day. I'll go with PLTR, but gee, golly almighty. A lot of plays are ugly. Google, Metal, NVDA. I'm just sorry today, team. We're in these channels. We're stuck. Go back again and look at what we've done over the last few days. It's a lot of chop, up, down, up, down, up, down, or very small consolidation days. I'll do PLTR. On the way down today, 185.35 support. Under that, watch for a crack down to 183.80. Under 183.80, we go down to 182.75. Normal low of day there. Ultimate low of day then goes down to 182. Under 182, we go down to 181.35. I just don't think we'll hit yesterday's low of day. I'm going to go a little higher than yesterday's low of day and go 181.35 to 181 ultimate low. On the way up, I like the 187 resistance area. Over that, we move to 187.75 to 188. Over 188, we have 188.50 resistance. After hours high yesterday, normal high of day. 188.50. Ultimate high of day takes us back, and I say we stay stuck in the channel. The high from Wednesday could get reached today. 190.35 ultimate high. That's right. And I'm going to skip. Oh, come on here. Oh, wow. Tesla's stuck. Wow. Even Tesla's stuck. Tesla's ugly as can be. I was just going to skip the Qs and go to Tesla. There's just nothing there. I mean, Tesla needs to get back below 435 and back above 458. We're just chopping around, and then we have these random, like yesterday, ugly on Wednesday. Then there's a huge move with JP. Nice move on Tuesday, a nice move on Monday. So maybe that means a nice move today since it was ugly the last 2 days. So let's go with levels here. I'll do it. Now, the key levels here to look for on Tesla are going to be getting over 449.30, and especially once you move to 450. Over 450, that's where, in my opinion, we get a squeeze up to 452.25. I'm going to go with 452.25, just a hair over 452. Tuesday's high of day is going to be your normal high. Ultimate high of day, watch for move up to 450, 450. Ultimately, and I keep talking about this, I think I did these levels yesterday possibly, 456.75. The high from Wednesday, JP's day, ultimate high of day. On the way down, the major crack area is going to be under 444. So watch for the crack of pre-market low to go down to around 444 area. Once we crack 444, watch for a good move down to 442.40. Under that, then down to yesterday's low area of right around 441. That's normal low of day, 441. Ultimate low of day, I think I nailed that yesterday too, if I'm not mistaken. Ultimate low of day under 441. Watch for move down to 430.40. And under 430.40, watch for move down to 437.80. 437.80 to 437.35, ultimate low of day. So I'm kind of giving it a bigger day if we do get a, the ultimate bigger mover day. Of course, large caps with the trade at the bell. Blah. It's just stuck in these channels. You go back through any of these tickers, we're just stuck in channels. Any ticker I've just typed in today, they have either elongated bigger channels or they've gotten really tight. Like Spy's channel has gotten. Spy's channel has gotten pretty darn tight. So again, don't be surprised today if we have choppier movement. And I hope today we kind of get away from running hand in hand as well. That would be really nice. So that way the Spy doesn't pull everything down or NVDA can go up and what have you. But most of these tickers that I'm looking at, they're choppy They have really ugly days where they don't move that well, as in one direction, or up, down, up, down, up, down. And a lot of them are super tight days where we're not getting even a lot of range on top of the fact. There's not one small or one large cap ticker I like today. I did give alerts on a couple of the ones that I think could move, B, PLTR, and Tesla. Take a look at those. SPY and Qs are going to most likely run, as always, around the same. And those would be your main tickers to look at. All right, what was this other play that I can keep back? I can put back on board here. We'll go YCBD here. I think that's got a better chance to run. YCBD. And then it was what? KPL, whatever this play? KPLT. Oh, and then just spike it. Yeah, no bounce plays. We'll maybe get a bounce play out of it. Could get a bounce play out of this. The area right now, but it didn't go up high enough and hold high enough, would be this 950 area. So we'll go over that. All right, so we have KPLT team finally coming out of nowhere here. Did have news earlier in the day, and then we get this huge U-shape. I'm sure a lot of it's because we have nothing moving in the small cap sector. So right now, KPLT just take the mob. 1050 past chart history resistance. Let's see if that comes into play. That is definitely... Yes, I think I even talked about that a little bit ago on the live stream right before I started doing morning alerts. Was this floor right around 1070 area into 11. Over that mark, which I talked about, I think, on the live stream. I think we did just go over this play. I think I did and give levels. So we have resistance into 11. Over 11, this play can pop into... Let me go back to too much information. Over 11, watch for a move up into around 1170. Over 1170, watch for a move. 1170 to 12 could see an upper shadow. Then the real strong resistance comes in. I see some strong resistance at 13. 13 into around 1335 would be your resistance main level there on the way up for KPLT. Hasn't really built up a good support bounce area besides the old pre-market resistance from forever ago, right around 940s into around the 970s area, which it's trying to hold right now. It just didn't push up high enough and hold high enough for me to trust that bounce as of now. The next best bounce play is going to come right around that 875 rule. So if we are looking for a bounce play, 870, 875 area would be your only area that I see for a good bounce play. Other than that, it's coming down to a little 825 mark of support. And under 825, watch for move down to around 790 into 775. Bounce play for me, right at that VWAP, right around 875 would be juicy here for the bounce play move back on up. Other than that, 830 would be the play down below. We did this literally just yesterday with... I forgot the play that we traded yesterday that was running right in that same area. What was that ticker? Miggy. Was it Miggy? I think it was Miggy. It was Miggy before Miggy blew up. That's right. I went Miggy long early on in the day. Kept holding that 875, 830 area that I alerted for you guys also. If you do remember that now, actually badass alert for you guys yesterday. 875 worked a few times, which I took. Then I wasn't paying attention. Right at the call-in show, it hit 830 and flew all the way on up, and that's when it went parabolic. So again, 875 and 830 for KPLT. What's up, Giovanni? How we doing? I had my shorted. There you go, 1050 and 1048. Yeah, I don't know if it didn't get clipped right there. All right. So we know the levels. I will keep KPLT on watch here first, so we know what to look for. I'll put the lines in so you guys can see the lines out to the right here of where to take bounce plays. I'll make them bigger too as well. But I do want to get Lovechip on since we did talk about, we planned on this time, so I want to make sure in case he does have stuff later today, etc., that we get him on the time we had planned for. Boom. All right, so we got the lines in. About to pull the zoom up. We'll get this recorded for all you guys out there that would love to get extra information. Of course, anyone can usually go back over and watch my live stream, but I'll record this certain little section. All right. Any other stocks looking forward to the double duel too, Aussie. Later with Adrian Manz will be pretty key and pretty badass too as well. Any questions, any stocks you guys want to go over, let me know. Any stocks, any questions you guys want to go over, let me know. Real quickly, if there's another stock you want to break down, large cap, small cap, let me know. Thank you guys for coming on over for Double Duel Stream Friday. About to get Lovechip on. Again, a trader that I've known for quite a while that's been doing this over from Tradecaster over here now and getting the Discord going for us, which I can't thank him enough. And helping you guys out with a lot of charts and a lot of information over on the Discord. And then, of course, later today, just running into Adrian Manz at the Money Show. I already sent it. He's like, send the link. I was like, I already sent it. So yeah, ran into Adrian Manz at the damn Money Show. Well, I ran into him. He had the booth beside us. He had his own booth. They asked him to come, and he gives speeches every year. Yada yada yada. We just conversed. You know, it was one of those things where I talked to. Obviously, I'm a talker. We made eye contact. The wife maybe I said something first. I don't know. It just happens to me a lot. Like I just end up talking to people, whether they start the conversation or I do. And that happened multiple times at the Money Show. Then at the very last day, I didn't want to go to the airport. My flight wasn't until like 7 o'clock at night, the first flight out home. So I was like, man, I don't want to go to the airport because we were done with the Money Show like around 2, 3 o'clock. So probably around 2-ish, maybe 2. I don't know, somewhere in the 2, 3. I'm not going to the airport and sitting around. I'm fucking at a badass resort. I'm going to the bar here. And they had a badass, like, they had a lazy river, a wave pool. They had a huge water park, essentially. Like, I'm going to go to that bar at the water park. And then right there, one spot left, and there was Charles Powell. Charles Powell was there, sitting there eating food. And just all these badass traders, big time, big wigs. And then there's one spot available at the bar. And I was come up, I'm like, hey, and it's Adrian Manz and his wife. I'm like, oh, yeah, sit down, Josh. I'm like, oh, this is fucking awesome. So eventually we start talking about Tim Sykes and what a fake and fraud he is, and he had to work and do something with him before to, it was great. Shoot the shit with him for 30, 45 minutes before he had to get up and leave, and they were going to their flight out. Exchange numbers. Before he left, I was like, hey, is it cool if I get your number? Blah, blah, blah. And he's like, yeah, sure. Just thought about getting his number, and he was more than happy to give it to me. So reached out to him. What's up, Tango? He was more than happy to reach out, then I reached out to him. He responded immediately. And so, Lovechip, are you there, my man? Lovechip, are you there?
Herman? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear you.
You can or cannot?
I can hear you, but I can't see you.
All right, I'm trying to get my camera going here. It's giving me a red. Hang on here. Give me a second. Let me figure this one out.
You're good.
I can't even see you. That's the weird part. I can see you on the stream.
Oh, yeah, because I don't have my camera turned on. I want to keep it turned on for the live stream or whatever. So, yeah, it's just still on the stream. I can't have both turned on. Yeah, OBS is like, it makes you turn it off, OBS, if you're going to do it on the Zoom.
Let me see if I could find the meeting ID. Apologies, team. Let me get this figured out.
Market is open.
I'm trying to get this.
What's up, Busboy? How we doing? Again, thank you for everybody joining today. Busboy, Tango, Ingrid, Giovanni, James, Paula, Joe. What's up? Florida Joe, talking about Florida Joe. He knows about Adrian. Bothy, of course. Cosmic Race, Jeff, J-Bow, Lovechip's in chat, King Lion, Elise, Paula from earlier, guys. Thank you for all joining. Of course, all the wallflowers out there. I know there's more of you out there that aren't saying and chatting. You're just listening. I appreciate it. I don't know if you see my one little Christmas decoration with the Santa hat right there. I don't know if you guys can ever notice that. Some of the my small little Christmas tree that I usually put up back there is not working this year. I went to go plug it in, and it wasn't lighting up. And I was like, oh, I'm not going through every bulb. And I was like, I'll figure this out later. I was like, I'm too lazy right now. What's up, Front and AC? How we doing, boss? How we doing? Again, thank you for Lovechip joining today. He's getting it going. I'm sure he doesn't, do too many Zooms. I'm like the professional Zoomer. Freaking zooming all day, every day. All day, every day. A zoom, 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 and let me hit. Haven't heard that song in a minute. Holy PLT. See, James?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yep, we can all hear you. If you want to share your screen, you don't have to show yourself. Yeah. There we go. Now we're going. Now let's
just see me?
Yep, now we can. I just want to make sure you can share your screen too. Just let me know if you can.
Okay, all right. Now, okay. All right.
We're good to go. We're good to go. Well, first off, yeah, just
share my screen.
it'll ask, press the share button, and then it's going to ask to allow it. So first, press that button so we can get that going already.
Okay. It's a nice halt down on KPLT. So nice rejection right there.
Beat's getting a little bit of.
How's everyone doing?
Yeah, how's everyone doing? Right. Seeing if we get anything moving here. Labot, Mr. Bop joining us. Got a lot of old schoolers from TC days. I love it today. Love it, love it, love it. Let me do this.
Got a lot of people in here today.
Yeah.
Got a lot of people in here today. Love it, love it, love it, love it. Let me get this live. See myself. Can you see me? You can still see me, right?
Yep.
Cool. All right.
Oh, cool. We'll just do that next. I don't know why.
Yeah, just give me permission with the shared screen. What else is going right now?
Not much. Well, just that. We'll hold it down. Yeah, it doesn't. Press the button. Press that share button. It's still not saying. Hasn't asked me to request yet.
Hang on. We got this. Share screen. I keep saying share screen, and it goes host disabled attendee screen share.
Okay, here we go. I'm gonna make you the host then. I'm gonna make you the host then. I think because we got Kane that joined the Zoom. He's over here in the Zoom watching it too. I'm gonna make you the host. All right, now you're the host, so now you'll be able to share anytime you want to. So anytime you want to start sharing, we don't have to start that right now. The one yeah, hey, you're good. you're good.
No, you kind of go at your pace. You go at your pace.
Well, the main thing is I want to start off with this is just questions out of the gate, which is let me start this first off. We got to start recording this. All right, thank you guys for joining Dual Stream Friday here with Lovechip. He's a great trader from the Tradecaster days over here to trading with me now. He's been around for quite a while. You know, of course, like any trader like myself, you know, struggling, trying to become a good trader, become successful and consistent, working his way up through the years from going long to now he's a primarily good shorter. Got to have him on today. He started also my Discord for me. He had one sitting out there available. So that's an honor for me to have him on, not only as a great friend, a true brother in arms, but then also something that he's put a lot of work in. Started the Discord, got it rolling for us, and now we have over 150 people in there from across the globe. Can't thank him enough. So, Mr. Lovechip, let's get into this. Let's go back to your journey. When you first got into trading, how what were your struggles at first? What were some of those demons or those degen moments that we talk about? What kind of trader were you? And essentially just talk about your progression to where you're at right now.
Well, happy Friday, everyone. Pleasure to be here. Josh, I really appreciate the introduction. Appreciate everyone being here with us today. Kind of my journey, it really started for me when I was younger, kind of out of high school, going into college. My dad set me up with believe it or not, Thinkorswim. Thinkorswim had a Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, like a big week-long introduction to stock trading, all that stuff about it. Went through that kind of over time, just started to learn. And I was on Robinhood for quite some time. There was a lot I didn't learn until I got into Tradecaster. That was roughly about 4 years ago. And, with that, it was quite the, quite the journey with that from then. And, starting with Tradecaster, I think you've said it a few times, actually numerous times, I kind of gravitated towards your style of trading and kind of your style of your overlooking into the market, being able to slowly but surely get into it. And I'm thankful for that because, kind of when I got into, it was right at that time where, Deck did kind of go off with that 1 year that he always goes back to. He still goes back to even today. His $500,000 year, and kind of starting just a few months before that, getting into that, kind of seeing how quick things were going. There wasn't really a true sense of direction, right? And so, had a few nice trades, went to the seminar, everything was cool. Come home a couple months later, took quite a big loss, and I was like, all right, I had to kind of reset. And from there, it was just kind of now really strictly focusing on you, seeing how you look for setups, kind of going for that technically sound movement, and then kind of just really expanding and seeing what else is out there, and to kind of skip through a little bit, to where, taking that year and a half, but close to about 2 years of just really honing down. I'm sure you've all seen, what I look like on my profile picture in Discord. Between that and then just studying as much as I possibly can, different strategies, different movements, and I've basically kind of developed into more of a different kind of trader, to where now I strictly focus on, price action movement, candle reaction, and also just how volume reacts to certain levels, right? And so, from there, it's just kind of developing a little bit of my own strategy, seeing a few different things, really focusing on and taking what you've taught with your, support and resistance lines, things of that nature, and just really just looking for reaction. And it's been quite the journey to now where, building up a nice account, funded on TTP, just trying to, really hone in and just continue to grow from there to become that ultimate trader.
Love it, brother. I love it. Yeah, it's a journey too. I mean, it's multiple years. Most people think they're going to get into this, and it's going to be 4 months, 3 months, 2 months, 1 month. I don't know. They think you're going to get in and start banking, and you slowly come to realize over time, and that slowly ends up being 2-3 years in. You're like, oh yeah, this does take a lot of time. You're like, I'm still at it, and I'm not, the bomb.com yet. Man, I just went back to 1995 there with bomb.com. But yeah, man, so
right.
Yeah, right. No, but it's an honor to have you on, just becoming successful. And I love seeing that across the board, building, kind of like I said, the X-Men, so to speak, and everyone kind of trades in their own right. And just to see successful, traders is really cool, to be honest. Like it's I've always, at first you get a little discouraged at first you love it, then you start getting discouraged from the people banking. But then when you finally start making money and see all the other people start, because you have all these, when you get successful, then you don't, a lot of other traders, in my opinion, don't really start thinking about the traders that are still struggling. I think about that a lot. I just empathize. It's just who I am as a human. So I'm always thinking about the traders that aren't there yet and that journey that they're still going through, And so it's so cool once you see that journey, almost like it feels like you guys are my kids, so to speak, in a way where I saw you earlier on in your career, and then I see you later in your career, and I'm like, whoa, this motherfucker did it. He made it. He's fucking doing it. This is awesome. So it's really cool. It's really cool to see the fruition of someone's journey and getting, and then always knowing there's more to go, that they've made it, but then there's still more to make, You're not, like Kevin Avery always says, you haven't made it, you're making it, because you're still going. And so it's been awesome, man. It's awesome to see. So yeah, now the main thing I want you to get into now for sure is what you would want to, if you're giving a presentation. I know, like when I was live, and thank you again when I was in Orlando at the Money Show. Speaking of how that is full circle. A, you were going live for me then, which I feel, love for that. You were filling in the hole, and that's when I met Adrian Manz, and he's also then coming on later today. So that's kind of crazy how that happened, right? So
right.
Yeah. So yeah, just get into what if you want to, what you're approaching, how you're looking, what you're looking at. Your edge, so to speak, in the market, what moving averages, what indicators essentially that you're using and what you're looking for and how you're using them, maybe to enlighten someone's eye today to maybe move forward. They can say, hey, I like that. That looks good. I'm going to start doing what Lovechip's doing. So go ahead, man. Floor is yours.
So for me, what I've really and truly focused on is, really a couple different things between reaction to certain levels, reactions to certain resistance areas. I look for supply and demand. That's huge in terms of what I look for. And then just looking for in-market fair value gaps, whether it's on anything from the 15-minute time frame on up. In terms of indicators, I no longer use the 9, 13, 20, the VWAP. I don't use any of that, right? In terms of now, what I really focus on is, okay, I look for macro supply, macro demand. I look for, imbalance areas, and then essentially just try to see where volume reacts and how volume reacts with certain, in certain movement. Here, we're going to break for high day here in terms of, all right, we're at 382 on ZDGE. You have volume coming on in. You have the 5 and the 15 kind of confirming to where, okay, we're going to hit 390. Now, where do I get 390 from? 390, you just scale back your zone here and you look for rejection, right? And you just look for it. Let's also kind of scale out and look at the daily chart. It's always just looking for what's happening on the daily chart and waiting to see, okay, how does everything react, right? To where, all right, it's getting a little bit of a blockage here. You have a huge order sitting at 390, right? And so in terms of, all right, let's see how this reacts. What I would be looking for here, I want to see this confirm over 390, and I want to see if it holds 390. And so, all right, if it gets through and we have a ton of volume to support it, we can expect it to at least go for our next area of about 440, right? And continue on from there. We do have a little bit of an imbalance. You can see on the daily between here at 460 and here at 440. So right as we get into here, we're going to push for 4. Volume is starting to flow on in. You look at the volume to see, okay, we have 1 million coming into this candle here. We have 1.8 in the last. It'd be fair to say that, all right, we're going to continue to push here. So let's just see how these orders react. 390 we know is still down below us. There's really nothing standing in its way. So it's going to continue to stack on up, We have another big order that just came in right around that 410 area. Let's just see where it reacts. And so what I'm looking for is I want to look to see where I could find swings, right? I don't have a particular swing pattern at all, but we do have a micro change of character in here with a bullish candle here that went right through it to show, okay, we're bullish here. So we can expect at least here, I'd go long. I'd go long right from this 390 area. I would take it up to about 440. As we could see, this volume candle's coming on in. We're going to be surpassing that. So we're going to continue on the 440. All right. And then once you get that, let's see how it reacts to the imbalance that we saw just here before between 440 and 460. Now it's coming up to that area. I'm seeing a very hard rejection so far. So at least you know you have a little bit of a wall in there. I like to confirm it on a couple other sides as well and see. All right, we have 3 more minutes in this candle on the 15. Right, let's see where this reacts to. Right, let's see how this reacts. We know we have some big orders sitting up there. 410. Are we going to get back below 410? Just continue to watch to see how this goes. Right, so if 410 stands as an area, we want to see exactly how this rolls. So we're going to put that in as an area. We know that we have, okay, an accumulation area right between here, some big orders between 390 and 410. In terms of what I'm looking for, I want to see where this candle closes, and then let's see where the gap fills, or excuse me, where the fair value gap gets created on the 15. If so, right, that's what I would be looking for. In terms of, do we have a swing pattern that we could typically go for? And as of right now, at this moment, we don't have a swing pattern. What do I mean when I say swing pattern? We go back to KPLT. So you've seen retracement before. Whenever I have a swing high and a swing low, when I was calling for 1020 as a reversal, as you can see, that's basically what we got. I always count these areas as liquid, as we could see here, and it goes right basically to our area. So we want to see if this holds here at 810, 808. We confirm under here. We can't get back above here. Your next area is 720. For those that are in chat that want to take a trade, it'd be a good trade to take that right here if we get a continuous confirmation under 808. So that's where you want to go. You'll have a little bit of struggle here at 760, but you have some accumulation here. Let's see how it works. But you know your swing low area, or at least your floor, is now set in the 720 area, right? So that's how I would typically trade that. Now we go back to ZBGE. We have a nice rejection here. We have that order still standing or still sitting right here. Let's see if it continues to reject. 395, you have a huge order just sitting right there. If that gets swept out, we can expect this to at least come back down. But with the kind of volume that's coming in and that's confirming, we don't want to go against the trend here. We open up our time frames. We have a ton of green candles in a row, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we don't want to go against the grain here. We go on the 4-hour, my absolute favorite time frame. We want to see where we can get some confirmations. Do we get a 15-minute confirmation over 390? All right, that's our first goal. Then we get the next one over 410. We get through that, we hold that, we're still bullish, right? That's a break of structure moment right there. We'll continue on up. So we got another minute in this candle. I know I've been talking for a little bit. Josh, you want to give me some feedback on what you think?
Yeah, just explain to traders here what that fair value gap is in case some that don't understand what that is and how it gets created.
Sure. So right now on the 4-hour, you have a little bit of a fair value gap. A fair value gap is created from the top of a wick. You'll have a big candle right in between here. Okay, and that will surpass this wick, and you'll have a candle closure somewhere above here. The next candle, the bottom wick cannot come and touch this area. Okay, and I know I'm using a 5, but I don't have a fair value gap example on the 15 just yet. Matter of fact, let's take a look. As a matter of fact, we do. So let's go to a 15. That candle just closed. So what I would do is a fair value gap starts from the bottom wick here, and it goes all the way up to here. You want to see an example of how fair value gaps work? I'll show you a couple examples from before. So here's a fair value gap, and that's where it's created as of right now. Now, if we go back below 390, if that position that's sitting there, about a $15,000 order sitting down there right now, if that order moves and we get back below here, we got to see where this will go from there. But as you can see, as we hold, we're holding 390 as our old resistance, not new support, what you've always talked about. But now it's starting to create a little bit of a gap area on our next biggest time frame. So let's see if it can create the same thing on an hour. We'll look for that. And as we continue, we want to see where this goes, because in all reality, we'd like to see this probably in the vicinity of 5 or maybe higher. All right, that's kind of what I would be looking for. In terms of a swing, I can probably put this in here because that's really the only area that I would have to be able to get a swing at this moment.
And
Right, so
well, and let's go the opposite end of this too, because I know you like to short up high. Where would you look here? Where would be what would be your reversal state? Where would you look to possibly go short here?
So 410 is showing as a nice liquid area. I want to see if we can. Right now, this open and closed below that, it's going to be accumulation right here. So if I continue to see this hard reject out of this kind of 440 area, where we have a little bit of a sweep above, let's see, did this close above that? This closed at 409. Okay, so this is now closing before it. 410, knowing that this is a liquid area kind of around here and it confirms on a bigger time frame, 410 is a good area. But I want to see how this reacts when it gets to 460 because you still have some imbalance up there. And if a fair value gap can be fully created right here and we don't get back below here, that big order that's sitting at 390, I'd be kind of looking to think to go long here. If I get reconfirmation under here, we get an even further confirmation down here, it's going to go through the fair value gap at some point and make its way back down to 340. That's the only other support that's here right now. So you want to see how it reacts to 390. We have two hard rejections out of this 430, 440 supply zone. That's right about here. I would draw in right about here. A little bit of a supply zone here. All right, let's make that yellow. And so in terms of that, let's see how this continues to react. 390 is still holding up nice. You don't have too many orders. Let's go back to get 4 here. So there's no there. Let's see where this creates. And I'm not going to confirm this fair value gap area until this wick is completed. So that's in about 15 minutes. And also we have an hour close at 10 o'clock as well. So we'll continue to watch that for now. Right now we're in a little bit of accumulation. This is a zone that I never take trades in. So between 410 and 390, you know you have huge orders on both sides. Whoever gives up is the direction this will go. Right. I also like to see, okay, on the 15-minute, let's draw out the bottom wick and the top wick of that major candle. Whichever area gets swept out first and confirmed over first. So if this closes above 435, even 440, I'm going to take this long to at least 460 and most likely 5. Right. So that's really where I want to see it. Now, this is also another extremely important candle, a breaker structure candle on 5, where you can take and price out between the top here and here. I'll change the color here so people can see it. Let's make that so people can see it. And I'm waiting for confirmation above or below it. Kind of in that zone. Listen, you could play that for now. You get a wick down to here. The great bounce area would be this premium zone at 377 or down here. 390, you know you have a ton of orders there. You just need him to be bought out. It's a supply and demand. It's a supply and demand game zone that's here. That's how I play this.
Main time frames you're using is 5 and 15.
5, 15, and then the only reason I have this condensed is because if I expand it across 2 of my screens, nobody here will be able to see it. But I extend this out, and I have the hour and the 4 hour on my third screen. I have 4 screens. I have the hour and the 4 hour charted out on my third and fourth screen. Now, the only indicators, I must correct myself from earlier. The only indicators that I use, the 4 hour VWAP, the daily VWAP, and the daily 50 SMA. Those are the only ones that I use. I look for closures on the time frame directly below, above or below that, to know the bias of the day. Meaning, we close above, expect a wick down for liquidity and to continue up. We close below, look for a wick up for liquidity, and then we keep going down. That's manipulation. Every time it goes up and comes back down like that, that's manipulation. You're waiting for a distribution target. Okay, so right now we're seeing this 390 is holding up nice. You see the price rejection. We want to see what it does at this supply zone up here. We confirm above here. I think we have our bias of the day.
What daily moving average you use, you said?
So daily, the VWAP and the 50 SMA.
Gotcha. Well, oh, 50. Gotcha. Ooh.
So in terms of indicators, I never use the 1 minute for anything. And I don't put any indicators on my 5, my 15, or my hour. I don't use the 30 or the 3. Again, everyone can do it differently. I do not, that's not a bias. This is just how I do it.
Right.
I don't really care, right? But I am an RPA trader. I'm a raw price action trader. I look for candle reactions. And from what I'm seeing, 390 is very strong. There's a 15,000 share order sitting there right there. So you can either assume that's an institutional floor right there from 390, which it was from before, right? You go back to the 4 hour and you see That was our old resistance right here, right? And you see there's no volume down there that was doing anything. That's institutional movement. Okay, so now that that's out of the way, we can expect this to keep on going. I'm expecting a new high a day here after we retest supply, 430 to 440.
This rather reminds me of Beat, and it reminds me of Pets of yesterday, essentially.
Exactly. You can go to SMX, right? SMX is currently in a fair value gap, right? On the 4 hour, you have a fair value gap that was created on the 4 hour. That's the absolute best time frame to see it. It's sitting in between 270 and 206. It's accumulating right back in here for a swing, right? So you would expect realistically, if you want to long-term trade this, not something I'd recommend, but you go here and you go here. And it ricochets right off the first liquidity zone of 270, 280. It's going to accumulate in this fair value gap zone. If it distributes down, okay, it can manipulate down, but most likely it'll manipulate down and keep going through, right? So let's see which way it comes out of this. And the next zone you'll want over 280 is up to 330. For those that want to get a $50 trade, that's an easy trade to take, right? So let's go back to, what is it, ZDGE, all right? We're resisting right here. We're sitting right here at resistance. Let's see how big that order is. That's a pretty big order, right? He needs to start selling off some of his shares, right? And now 430 sitting as a huge, huge zone. We need to get through that and confirm over it. And that's a nice wall. And every time I keep seeing that, there you go. All right, so we're going to wick to 440, the top of the supply zone. You want that to get disrespected in order to know that you're going to go for the next area. So let's get this out. We do have a change of character down to 290. Next change of character line is 430, so that's why that's sitting as a huge wall. We have 450 a little bit on there on the hour. And really the next big zone is $5. So I want a clearance and confirmation over here, and I want to see this candle close. I want to see this candle close. But 430, huge, huge order up there. So in terms of, all right, would I get in short there? Well, no, I didn't see that hard of a rejection. It's supposed to hit 430 and come way down, hit way down with volume. But these red candles are small. I'm not going against the grain. I'm going to probably look for a bounce play right about here, right between here and 390. I'll add a couple more shares down at 390. I want to see where this candle closes. Yeah, 4 holding up real nice. Let's take a look. I know there's a lot, and I know there's a lot of stuff that I'm discussing. I'll go into further detail and kind of insular moments that arise down the line. But that's essentially what we'll be looking for.
And is this mainly, do you just mainly stay on one play, or you jump around and maybe look at different tickers, or once you find
I've noticed when I focus and I look for my play, it at least allows for me to be able to now scalp for 50 cents, dollar, because I really want at least 50 cents a trade if I can. For those trades that move like KITT last week, you know what I mean, where we really have no more than 70 cents a range, I'll take a 20-cent trade, a 30-cent trade there. That's the most you're going to get. I'm a lot more confident in those, so I'll take that. Now, this volume candle did close above it. 410 is still holding as a big area. So right now, we're just in that accumulation zone. We keep disrespecting the 410 area. We're struggling to disrespect 390. So I want this to come down a little bit. I'd like to see a little pullback. 410 is still holding up there. You wouldn't take a buy here. You want to get as close to support as you can, because that's where we're looking for those 20-cent trades, especially sometimes we're using TTP. A lot of people that get wicked out, right? I'm noticing with a couple of my counterparts, not only in Discord, but in other spaces, that sometimes they get wicked out. It's not fun to do that. I always say put a tight stop loss with these kind of trades, because again, they react a certain way, but you want to be able to catch the reaction at the right time, right?
Right.
So right now we're continuously holding that 390. We're not even disrespecting that, right? Let's see where this high is. That's 410. We're right in our accumulation zone. So we're accumulating. So at this point, you wait to see what happens. If you want, for those that set up time alerts, that set up their price alerts, set up a price alert at 390. If it touches it again, take a buy there, right? But you have a huge order sitting at 390. Great bounce area. He moves. This is going back down. Got a little disrespect here, a little disrespect. Grab liquidity. Let's see this bounce back up right about here, premium zone. Let's see how this Let's see how this rides. Let's see how this rides. It's holding pretty nice right there. I'd like to see this come back up. Let's see this fair value gap area close. 430 was holding nice up there. Let's see where this fair value gap sets, because 370 is a good mark. Let's see if we get back up to 390. This is another reason why I never, and so for those in terms of the fair value gap trading, I never, ever, ever, ever count 5 or 1 minute fair value gaps. They're just, you can't trust them. You cannot trust them. In terms of a bounce, it's a good bounce area. I want to see this close at the end of this candle back above 390. 375, huge order sitting right there, holding up real nice. Let's see this come back up. You want to see this close above this wick to know that we're still bullish. That's a huge order sitting right there. It's a good bounce area for those that want to go long. Good bounce area for those that want to go long. We just got to keep just buying out those, keep going. Keep sweeping out everybody up above. Let's just keep going. Let's get back above 390. Got a lot of volume in this candle, so this candle is going to be an important zone. We got a confirmation under the bottom here is what, 370, 373. Top here is 440. Couple hard rejections out of here. You know you have confirmation over 410. That's a big deal. And then our next big order is down at 375. So let's see. Let's see how we get it here. See if that 370 holds. Candle closes in 2 minutes on the hour, the 15, every time frame. I want to see 362. In terms of a bounce, I look for a bounce here at 360. I want to see this come back up to 390. That's how I would trade this. Let's go to 2. Get back above 375. That's a nice bounce there. Give me some feedback, Josh. What do you think?
I just love the thought process. I'm just kind of like, yes, Paul, he's long buy. He's looking for a dip buy off of this area in that blue line at 360 area. No, I'm just sitting here letting you, just soaking it in, just listening, kind of talking about stuff that probably a lot of traders don't think about, or, they're not maybe even brought to the attention to. They've never, heard these things before. So it's just good stuff. Like I said, on Fridays, bringing you guys over here. So these traders that don't maybe recognize or hear or have heard of these things before, they can now look into them and start understanding what we're talking about. And breaking down things they've never, like I said, never seen before. So no, definitely good shit right here, bro. Good shit. Love it, love it, love it. Just soaking it in. And yeah, it's one of those things too, like what you see here. Hopefully traders see that we're not going from one ticker to the next to the next to the next. And it's like, if you're going to trade stocks, and especially small caps, you need to hone in on your one setup, your one trade, and then just sit there and watch it. That's it. Take your one ticker and trade it. You're not trying to trade 10, 15, 20 different tickers. I know it seems that way, that other traders are doing that, but it's over time. They're trading this ticker, then they're going to that ticker, but they're holding,
a nice 20-cent bounce.
Yep.
Sorry to cut you off, but a nice 20-cent bounce there, just about. I want to see how this reacts. What 375 is on that side. Maybe get through 375. So in terms of how it works, you see how it's reacting. In terms of where I say 410 was a big reversal zone, every time it got up there, it hard rejected on down, right? So in terms of the reaction, top side of supply is 440, hits right off of it. That's a great short. In terms of trying to teach and then trying to trade at the same time, just mindset. Listen, when I'm not teaching, I'd be jumping in these plays just for reference, but
yeah. Uh-huh.
Who's that talking?
Yeah, who is that? I have no idea who these people are.
It's the people that I put, because I put the Zoom link over on the Discord, so I'm sure people joined in to listen and watch. Yeah, it's just to show you how it is. Like, that's the thing too, because I get that. I've gotten that over the years. It's trying to stream and teach it and trade it and alert it all at the same
Okay, I
time,
know.
it's definitely difficult to do.
Let's get through 380. Let's get back above this area.
Now, where would you scale out here, or would it all be profit taking in one area? What's your process there?
Well, my idea is I want to see this get back to 390, right? Because I know there's some orders up here at 388, 395, right? So 380 is sitting as a small zone, but you have enough shares down here to kind of push it through. So it'll go for 380, 384, right? It's just going to take some time. Let's get through 380. There comes 384. Here comes 390, right? And just watching, right? It's really just kind of watching it. Now 382 sitting as a nice little buy area, right? Because that's where this bottom wick is. That's where a ton of shares are sitting right here, all right? So now you got some nice shares coming on in. Let's get to 390, 360, beautiful bounce, about a 30-cent bounce right there. And I know certain traders in chat, they'll be good with a 30-cent bounce, right? They put in 500 shares, 1,000 shares, just $300. You continue to kind of do that. That's what you're kind of looking for, right? So, you know, it's all the same concepts. It's just a little bit different. Put your lines in and trade them. It's exactly the same concepts that you introduced and brought into chat. Just a little bit more of like the technicality behind it.
Yeah. Breaking it down a little bit more and further, you know, elaborating on it a little bit more and what's happening here, what's being created, so to speak. You know, the stock market's essentially printing information. It's building a house, so to speak. It just depends on what house you're building, and every day it's a little bit different. And then you got to figure out what it is. If you can ahead of time, and going, oh, that's going to be a 3,200 square foot ranch house. Oh, that's going to be a 7,000 square, you know, or that's going to be a 800 square foot apartment, you know, and you start realizing these things of 800 square foot apartment equals, I'll probably get 80, $100. 3,500 square foot ranch, pretty big house, I may get 350. You know, you start understanding what plays or what's potential, essentially, what could be created and what is being created. And the faster you can break that down in your head ahead of time, then you can do this, and you just sit for your trades to come to you, just like you did right here, and then boom, and you get the
Here comes 390.
Yeah.
You just know you still have a big order in there from before, right? So there's 30 cents in terms of a bounce area. It's nice to kind of watch that work. It's just about letting the play kind of fill out, right? The first 30 minutes of the day, if we're going to be playing in market, just let the first few minutes kind of play out.
That's what we call patience, my friend. Patience.
And guess who taught me that, team?
I hope I had a small hand in that.
No, you did. You played I'll give you massive credit on that for sure. I'll give you massive credit on that for sure. It's still a battle. Don't you worry. It's still a battle, but.
Oh, yeah. Joe has a question. Joe says, I may have missed it, but do you look for liquidity gaps between, or I should say liquidity gaps along with the with the fair value gap? So again, I may have missed it, but do you look for liquidity traps along with the fair value gaps?
I look for both. When fair value gaps are created in market, I always look for those. Always. But in terms of being able to know where the play is going, when I called 440 at the beginning of the stream, for those that were there, record it, rewind it back. I did call 440 right at the jump in terms of, all right, this is going to go for it. If it gets through it and continues, it will go for 460 and then 5. We did not get that. That's the top of our supply. That's basically a macro wall. That's what it's sitting at right now. They move, this will go to 5 and beyond, right? So that's what you're basically looking for. When we got to those areas, you saw a huge 25,000 share orders just sitting right up there. That you can either guess or you can assume there's a macro supply, just a macro resistance wall sitting right there. So when you see that, I say, okay, I scale it back, I pull it back, and now I say, all right, in terms of resistance, let's see how it reacts. In term, you see it react 3 different candles in a row on a 5-minute time frame. You also have it for 30 more minutes here, from here to there. So you know we go for that area again. Okay, we're either going to reject hard off of it or we're going to get back above it. You get back above it, take that long. We reject hard, you take it short. And it's going to head back to, most likely, the fair value gap. Now, in terms of an hour fair value gap, you're not going to see it on mine. My chart is just a little bit off. That's why I go to just a little, I go to a different chart on that. So for the 15 and the hour, you have an hour fair value gap between 330 and 360. So in terms of a great bounce area, 360 was it. And now our premium area, we confirmed below and back above it. So now I'm going to call that a floor and hope for an order block to set up right there just for this to continue back up. You have enough volume down here. Let's see what we get. But if you're in long from 360, from 362 area, 365, I believe you're in a good spot. It's just taking some patience.
Yep.
And we need some volume.
Patience.
You know?
Yeah, and the other thing too, like I've said for the longest time, of course, we just trying to reiterate the same term over and over, of course, patience, but put your lines in and trade them. This is exactly that. Find your lines, put them in, and trade them. Make your trading simpler, and this is how you make your trading simpler. Learn to respect the lines, and then have the discipline to trade them.
Just need that 380 order to move. It's just a massive order.
So essentially right here, what you did with this play over the last 30 minutes for traders, 35 minutes here since the opening bell, where we at now? Yeah, 35, 37 minutes. Every play, every day, this is what you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Boom.
Just looking for price reaction and for volume confirmation. Those are really...
So it doesn't matter if it's team, it doesn't matter if it's Miggy, BBGI, Zedge here, Pets yesterday. This is exactly what this man's doing every single day. Do you see the rhythm, the rhyme? Boom, he breaks the play down.
Here's Miggy from yesterday.
There we go.
Here's Miggy from yesterday. In terms of when we went long, CR Trader, he can confirm this in chat. CR Trader, I don't think he's watching right now. I think he's busy. But in terms of where I called an order block sitting right here between 850 and 865, goes right from there. Once it gets back above it, it's holding its premium price right here. We have a complete order block here across all time frames. Every time it tries to get back below it, every single time, candle closure above for 3 hours, or excuse me, for 2.5 hours. So that being the case, okay, you have a macro block sitting right here. They're going to want to go for their liquidity up here. The 4-hour and the daily break of structure line resistance area was at 1564. So when we called that, we wanted to see price reaction here. It went under 1564 4 times in a row on the 15. That's an hour. Same thing here. Broke its fair value gap that was created here, created an inverse fair value gap right about here, and plummeted down. Now, did I see that plummet all the way down? No. I had Lone Wolf in. Me and him were trading on this yesterday. I had him in at 1265. Now, I was trying to tell him to stay, but I was just showing him how this works. He got about $1.50 out of it total, $1.25. In all reality, he holds it from 1265. It's an $8 trade. So worst case scenario, it goes up maybe $1, $2, whatever. But every time it did, there was a macro order here. I think it was about a 500K order just sitting right up here. Who has $16 a share, 500,000 shares? Not many retail traders. That's an institutional insider right there, just sitting there, just waiting for it.
Oh, Tim Sykes. That was Tim Sykes.
Yeah, one of them. Tim, what was the other one? What was the one that got busted 2 years ago or last year?
Well, there was Tim Grattani. I don't remember if he.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened to him. I know there were 2 Tims though. Tim Sykes and Grattani. I don't know about either one of them. We moved away from those guys about a decade ago.
Yep. Had to.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But I just love that. Just to show you what you're doing every day is the same. Like me, every day I'm doing the same thing. Whatever chart I'm breaking down, whatever the ticker is, it doesn't matter if it starts with A, if it starts with Z, as we have today. We've had that over this week, AFJK, and now we have Zedge today. So from A to Z, we're doing the same exact thing. Doesn't matter what the ticker is. Monday through Friday, from pre-market to closing bell and after hours. Same ticker or different ticker, same. We're looking for the same thing though. Same thing, breaking it down the same way every day. You don't want to come through. My point being, and let's just do this. If you're a surgeon, yeah, you know what? Today I'm going to use the chainsaw. No, I don't think a surgeon ever just decided to use the chainsaw one day just because I thought it'd work. No, he didn't. He comes in, he knows exactly how to do that surgery. Does the surgery the same way every single time, and the exact same tools that he's using. That's how you have to be. You have to be a surgeon in the stock market. No offense, you can't be AK-47. We want to be a stock sniper, right? We don't want to be in the stock market with an AK-47. And what's up, Liquid Vision? How we doing? Haven't seen Liquid Vision. I know you probably remember him, Lovechip. Remember he had a stream over at Tradecaster back in the day. Liquid Vision did.
Right. That's right. Look at him coming on in. How you doing, brother?
Yeah, British man. No, British man. He has a great accent. He sounds like, oh gosh, what's his name? I always called you. What's his name? I always forget his name now because I don't ever see you. But the guy that's in the Fantastic Beast movies, but yeah, no, love that guy. Such a sweet man, and you do have a great. I could just if I don't read books. I know everyone said do audiobooks. If I had to do audiobooks, I would want to hear you read the audiobook. So if you wouldn't want to do read some books for me, I'll pay you. Yes. And
All right.
no, he's got one of those voices, kind of like oh god, oh now I'm more. He's got like a Morgan Freeman voice. It's not Morgan Freeman. We can't do that, Local Vision. You're not on God level with Morgan Freeman, but he's got one of those voices that you could just sit back and listen to and just be like, watch a documentary and just kind of sit back and relax. I'm like, soothing European little British voice. Eddie, that's his right. Eddie, that's what I thought. That's right. Yeah, and King Line giving you the love there, of course, from earlier, and then both of you on the Discord. Questions here. I mean, I know Lovechip has pretty much broke down what he's doing for the most part. Don't worry, we're gonna get Lovechip back on again and get some more information out of him. I
love the feedback, and I'm just looking at some of the messages. I love the feedback. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, other cousin giving the love. Yeah. So any questions? Any last questions you guys have?
KPLT moving just as we said. I said it come back down about that 760 area after testing here, which it did. Confirm back above, but can't get back above here. Drops down to 760. So I want to see how this area moves. If this holds up above 808, then you'll take it up to 865 for those that are in. I want to see if this continues to block here or not. It's back up above. Let's see where this candle closes in about 3 minutes for KPLT. ZDGE. Still holding. Now we're back in accumulation. So in terms of, for those that are patient, for those that wait, they're all happening in front of us. If I'm wrong, call me out. I don't care. Call me out. When I say 360s are floor, 360s are floor. You hold into that and you wait, you're patient. It's just turning into a 50-cent trade. For those that go 1,000 shares, CR trader, he gets a 50 cents dollar trade out of a ton of them. He's waiting. He's taking his time. Same thing with me, right? Saying my voice is smooth. I appreciate you. Thank you. I made sure to keep a shirt on for everybody today.
Oh no, man, we want to see it rip off.
But
you got to start with it on. We want to see the power.
I'll take it. Look, in terms of, this is as much as you'll get. I'm not doing any of that.
Come on, let's see the guns, baby.
But in terms of how calm I try to kind of watch my trades. And when I was streaming, I was trying to just really emulate the same thing. You know what I mean? So it's really just wait for your plays, take your time, go make some breakfast. 360s are floor. We're going to make our way towards 410, which is the top of that.
Hold on. What'd you say? Go make some move. Saline girl out there. I know Saline's probably wildflowering today.
Relax. No. We're keeping it professional, bro. We're keeping it professional. But so yeah, you stay in your trade, you're waiting. So we're on a 5 here. This one closes in about 5 minutes. Let's see if it closes above this liquid zone of 410 and 415. And if it continues to reject hard off of it, you know what the bias is. The 360 is your floor. They're going to try and create that. There's a ton of volume that's sitting there, and it just sat like a floor. So
love it.
Let's see what happens.
Good information. That's what I said. Like a lot of traders here. That's going to help out a lot of traders today. Just seeing different things, understanding the trust. And the main thing too is to me out of this would be find a pattern that you can trade every day and start trading it. And then having the patience to trade that day in, day out. You got to have that. You got to. If you don't, you will not be a good. No offense, you won't be a good or successful and have a long term. Be in stock trading. You just won't. It's the key here. It's the key. I mean, that's the thing here yesterday for for MIGI, MIGI holding that 875, 850, 830 area of that big, demand zone for the longest time and then getting the squeeze. Find your area, and trade it. This is huge. I love bounce plays, so this is gorgeous today to see this. This is exactly something.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about short locates. You don't have to worry about any of those. And in my opinion, I think TTP reacts better to bounce plays than shorts. That's just me.
Yeah.
I don't know why that's the case, but that's just me. You agree? God bless you.
Yeah.
If not, okay.
Yeah.
But it's like, you know what I mean? Like it's weird. But you see how it's moving. This is about a nice 50-cent trade, and we're gonna play around in this liquid zone, 61%. And I want to see what's my next area above that? 466. Let's see how this goes. But you're waiting, and then for those, look, you move your stop loss up all the way up. When you see it bounce here, now you know, okay, I'm going to move my stop loss up to $4. You got 40 cents of profit. Got 40 cents regardless. So in terms of, look, scaling out is cool. No, move that stop loss up a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Move it up and just hold your shares, because that's how, now we're at 60 cents. We're going to continue to kind of go through it. And let's see. First minute, Last candle was how much? About 2.5. We're currently approaching 1 million. Less than 120 seconds in. Watch your volume, guys. Watch your volume. This is 60 cents. This is 60 cents right here. This is nice.
I bet it gets a quick pop into that 430, 440 mark, and then
that's where supply is. There's a ton of orders up there. So for all those that bought at 375, at 370, that put a shit ton of a wall at 360, 365, they got to go get their money somewhere. The money's at the supply.
Yeah.
So supply's up between 420 and 440. I got to go get my money up there because they're not sitting in there waiting for 10, 15, 20 cents. They're looking for, they want to get as close to $1 as possible. You know what I mean? So, I want to see it. We have 4 candle closures right at this area, and it just rocket shipped back up.
Yep.
So let's see. You know where your orders are sitting. You know where your blocks are sitting. Trade your macro zones, and that's it.
Nice. But Sailing Girl, what I was saying, though, was the fact that, remember, we've talked about this, about moving away. You don't always have to be there at the computer, go make some breakfast, go do some laundry, have that understanding that, I know at first it's so hard, but the more you do that, the more you can get pulled away, and you don't have to be so tied to your trades, and you become like Lovechip or myself, and it's nice. It's a smooth way and an easy way to trade. It's much easier. You don't sweat nearly as much, or, don't stress nearly as much. But as soon as you said that, Lovechip, I was like, oh, that, I've talked to a lot of traders throughout the years about that. Because, everyone at first, you get in a trade and you just feel like you're stuck to it, like you're glued to the trade. And the more you can pull away from that and know that it's just another trade, there's going to be many more. It makes it a lot easier to kind of move on and take another trade, take a loss. Okay, here's my win. It just makes it easier to trade. You just know that what's going to come, it's going to keep coming and coming and coming. But the thing is, find the setup. Lovechip's got his setup, what he's finding, he's identifying it day in, day out. Like I always talk about it, create a plan and stick to it. You got to create that plan. Who are you going to be as a stock trader? Who are you going to be? Are you going to be a post mail, whatever? Are you going to be a surgeon? Are you going to be a bricklayer? Are you going to work construction? Are you going to be an electrician, right? You got to figure that out, like who you are going to be in life. Who are you going to be? What are you going to do as a living? What's going to be your niche, so to speak? Well, of course, if it's going to be stock trading, okay, well then even inside stock trading, you've got to find the niche of what kind of stock trader you're going to be. We know there's a lot of swing traders, a lot of investors. There are day traders, but when they're day trading, what are they doing, right? That's what you have to figure out. Once you figure out your edge, speaking of Zedge over here, that's all you do day in, day out. You come in, like we've said with Lovechip, you come in day in, day out, you do the same thing over and over and over. So we got CR Trader got the order at 440. Paulo, another question. So you use stop, limit orders, and trailing stops. So do you use stop, limit orders, and trailing stops?
I do. So in a trade like that, I always look to see where a shit ton of orders are. That's how I know where I want to enter, or at least start scaling in. And then once I'm in and I'm in profit, I like to move my stop order or trailing stop up along with it. In that particular case, you say, okay, I take half my shares at 410. If I'm not expecting this drop or I'm not watching this drop or whatever, and this thing now comes all the way back down to the 370, 380 area where all those shares are, all right, then I just lost a ton of profit that I could have made there, as opposed to having, let's say, 1,000 shares at an unequivocal 40 cents. So regardless, I'm at $400. And okay, we continue on up. Great. Then I'll continue to move my stop loss up. Now it's at 410. Because I know if I keep coming back down to these areas, eventually it's going to crack. Right. And every time it keeps trying to go for 410, you see what keeps happening. But now it's holding at 390. 390 is back in play. And let's see if that now sits as a floor. So we just want to keep on watching it. Grab liquidity down here. Let's see if it reverses now. It's going to accumulate between here and 410, and whichever way it breaks, take your buys for your next trade. But I would say that's more of a confident trade than really the best trade. I'd rather be confident than just want to take what may be the best. You know what I mean? That's just me.
Reminds me of a smaller version of Miggy yesterday, where Miggy had that ceiling roof and then it had the floor and it just kept
exactly
going. Yeah,
exactly. So it's creating, they call it an order block. It's creating an order block at 360, and now it's just stacking itself on up. The reason why SMX broke out, TGL broke out, QCLS broke out, yesterday Miggy broke out. I can go down the line. We've had a trend. Follow the trend. In this particular case too, open it up, right? We have an hour closure, at least for me, in 10 minutes. But we have 1, 2, 3 green candles in a row where the body candles keep going higher. We're making higher highs and higher lows. For those that want to be short bias, like, look, I'm good with a 440 short because it rejected it hard once, twice. CR Trader would take it for the third time, but he would never take it on the fourth, ever. He would never take it on the fourth try. and neither would I. So in terms of this, kind of in that area, once 410 moves, we're going to go for that next supply, and he'll get a 20, 30 cent rejection, but just play it. Just be careful. Just be real careful.
I love it, brother. Good breakdown today. I appreciate you joining, my man. What's what just for traders know, what do you do day in, day out? Like, what's your schedule? When are you trading? What's your work schedule like? So traders know when you are trading, how you're trading. I know they know how you're trading, but what's your times to trade, so to speak, so they know what your schedule's like, because that may fit in some other trader out there. We go, oh, I have that same kind of issue where I can trade here. I can't. I got this going on today. I can't. So what's your schedule like? When can you trade?
Well, listen, I mean, I'm up from basically about 4:45, 5 a.m. to about 11. There's nights where you'll see me up from 12 to 1. It's just in terms of when I trade, I see a lot of great trades in pre-market and after hours. Why? Well, that's where a lot of chaos can happen and no one gets in trouble, right? CR Trader made a beautiful point about this before, and I'm going to give him credit. You typically see a lot of Asia market stocks go crazy in pre-market and after hours of their session, but that's our session. You know what I mean? So you'll see, for example, JZXN, right? That's a Chinese play. Or hang on. Was it JZXN? Right?
Yeah.
Goes crazy here in market, pops $6, hasn't done a damn thing this whole time. It's had about $1 move. All the volumes here, all ton of volume here, and basically your roof here is at 780, right? Where all the volume is. This is institutional volume. You just know that at 8 a.m. It's the beginning of U.S. session. It's the end of London session. So when that happens, okay, you just play that. How did I know to play that here on ZD? What is that? ZDTE? Same thing. You just kind of scale this back. Where's all the volume? Right here. Whichever one breaks, it broke 340 first, so we have a bullish bias on the day. All we need is for 390 and 410 to claim and confirm. And we just need that macro wall to just move out of the way, and we'll continue up. If not, then we're just going to continue to channel. We have a decent amount of volume on the day, right? Some in-market volume, a lot of retail trading right now. But that's why it's channel. It's not like this float is huge, right? What's the float on this play? What's the float on ZDG? My schedule, just to kind of answer my question, I know I went off on a tangent there. I apologize.
11 million's a float. It's 11 million float.
11 million? Yeah, so it's not huge. I like to trade all day because I'm just waiting for price reaction. It's just waiting for a place to get in that area. So, in terms of my businesses, I'm a fitness coach, a bodybuilder, and I do a ton in real estate on the mortgage and on the mortgage-backed security side, flipping side, and some, retail back and forth. But, trading's my passion. I have plenty of time for it. I make a decent amount of money outside in the businesses to allow me to just full focus on this. And I try to funnel as much into this as I can. I've scaled back a lot of heavy spending heavy trading with a lot of money. I mean, after taking that huge loss years ago, I haven't really traded big since then, but I've pushed a lot of my stuff into a lot of AI stocks. I'm just huge with just a lot, just trying to just be more long term. Just put a lot of my stuff and just wait, because I like the whole patience game. The more I have money there, it just takes off so much pressure here, and it just allows me to freely trade. It's fun.
You ever trade on your phone, on the go, or is it mostly always at home?
Oh, I will always like to hear, because if I don't see this, I'm going to be honest. If I don't see this, I'm not getting it here. I'm just not, and it's hard to count because I'm hardwired here. I have 1,000 up, 1,000 down. Like I make sure that I want the best circumstances to be able to trade, because if we're trading with thousands of dollars, I'm not going to play around with that.
Yeah, not
so.
I just want to try. I just wanted that because I'm the same way. I mean, some people, I guess, feel they can do that on the go, but I just feel, it's just.
And more, God bless those people. I want to spend a day in their shoes. It takes some balls to. Honestly, it takes some balls to do that, man.
Yeah.
To trade on your phone, like a lot of money. No.
Yeah. No, I feel you. Well, I don't want to keep this going for too much longer. For I'm gonna so it's about an hour for this when I post this on YouTube. So last bit of any comments or any kind of note that you would leave to traders here today. One little last bit of advice that you'd give them, whether it's for a newbie or an experienced trader. I say experienced, but a new trader, someone that's been doing this for a while and still struggling. Last thoughts though for the morning.
I was just reading CR Trader's comment. In terms of where I'm at, it's just like this is a long bias play, man. This is going to close green in about 4 minutes. We got a nice closure. I want to see this close above 390, make its way towards 410, and just continue to make its way on up. So, last thoughts. I'll leave with this. A little bit of my Malcolm X will come out. Forgive the black joke. I try to always just keep it positive. I think there's only solutions in life, never problems. Starting off with a really good attitude, starting off with a really good start. It's important how you start. It's very important how you finish as well, but the start is where everything begins. When it comes to this, I think just taking your time with it and being patient is definitely the most important. And then really just kind of putting yourself in that mindset and zone to say, like, anything is possible. Because as you're watching hyper liquid markets, decentralized markets, crypto market, like everything in that world, DEX markets, you're watching blockchains across the board. You're watching, hyper markets across the board just go crazy. And people are making 6, 7, 8, 9 figures a day, if not more. And then you have those that are making billions a day. If that's possible, just imagine even a 1% scale of that and what you can achieve just by kind of taking your time. I just think there's endless opportunity and possibility here. And I want to be here to help as many people as I possibly can and show as much love as I can. It's nice to be able to help and watch other people just make money and, really, really just execute and have fun with it. Yep. I think this is a fun space to be in. A lot of great people you can meet. And, it's nice to be able to grow with a family.
Love for having you, like I said, having you on today, man. We'll get you back on again, in the next couple of months or so. And we can go over more as you, grow more. And again, thank you for doing everything you have in the Discord, of course, here on the live stream for traders. Definitely learning a lot. And even today, of course, having this one play and setting up and just breaking it down and showing what traders, what you do daily, and then having a great, great setup there, waiting for that bounce play. Of course, me, it's all I've been really, for the most part, trading recently. So I love that we went over a bounce play today.
Oh yeah, I was glad that we at least had something to use here as an example. You know what I mean? So that's a really good sign. And this is a great liquid grab from down here. And let's see if this thing can close above 410 and keep on going.
I appreciate it, my man. Of course, I'll holler at you soon. Tell you how much I appreciate you being on the stream today. But yeah, have a great weekend, and keep doing what you've been doing. Again, thank you for doing everything you've done for me. And yeah, give some love. I see some love there coming on the Zoom. So I'll throw some hearts out there. Yeah, let's throw some hearts out there on the Zoom. Same here on the live stream on the YouTube. Smash that like button. Give some love here to Lovechip. It's been a journey for him, what do you remember? What deck asked you at that? What did you ask do you remember the question he asked you?
Oh, of course I do.
What was it? I can't remember that interaction. I just remember what you said.
He's handing out money, right? Trying to really get people hyped up. I'm not going to go into too many details of the seminar, but he trying to get people hyped up, and he goes, "Who is your absolute favorite trader as part of TradeCaster?" And I immediately said you. And he pulls back. He's like, throws his hands up in the air. He was going to give me money, then pulls it back, and I'm like, "That's fine. I'm not going to lie for money because I don't really care." And it was just a funny reaction. But I was just being honest. Like, it's just, I don't care about the shirt ripping. We get it. You're jacked. So am I. I'm not ripping my shirt off. Like, it's not that pressing, bro. Like, it's great to just kind of stay calm with it. And it's just, look, I've enjoyed how you and we share a lot of the same mannerisms and kind of life qualities in terms of wanting family, wanting kind of just being able, everybody eats, you know what I mean? Like, it's, right. That everybody eats mentality. That's a huge thing with my LLC. Lovechip LLC is not just my name; it's the name of my actual company. You know what I mean? It's kind of the oversight for everything fitness and finance.
Right.
It's kind of my world, and so, it's our mantra is just everyone wins and everyone eats. I don't mind doing anything for anybody, and I don't care whether I get paid or not. I'm a man of God. I'm huge with my faith. I go to church at a minimum twice a week. I always go for 3. Just keeping God in your life, man. Just having good principles, being a good person.
I'll just never forget that moment, because that was one of the few moments I'm I'm a very proud, outgoing extrovert, happy. I got a little of that like Tony Stark narcissist. Yeah, but when you said that, I've never done a whoa, no, don't say that, don't say I'm the best. But it just shows how honest and natural it came out of like, no, I'll never forget that, because I was looking over at you and I was like, whoa, no.
Look, at the time, following one of your trades, there was one trader. I always thought he was cool, but he turned out to be a dick. I forget his name. There was one trader, when I took my big loss, like how discouraging he was.
Right. Yeah.
And I remember getting, at the time, this was years ago, one of my biggest trades with you. And it gave me so much confidence to say, damn, I just made a few grand off this trade. Yeah. And at the time, because my bills were much lighter then than they are now. But I was like, dude, my bills are good for quite some time. This is a couple grand, and I was like, it was really cool to see it work. But the only kind of instances that really worked for me were a stock split back when I was in college. Dogecoin making 38 grand off that, and HKD. That went to 20. You'd have to be an idiot not to just take at least one long during that. But the thing went to $2,700 in 3 days. If you don't take at least one long, you're done. You can't just keep watching that. You know what I'm saying? It was green candle after green candle after green candle for hours. Not just you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That was a week. I think the whole thing was a week, 5 trading sessions. So it just you showed me that this can work. And the only way for it to actually work is to put in hard work. So I was like, all right, let's just do it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Patience, my man, spelled with a Y. I've been saying that for years. Got it from Rapid Financial that used to be over at TC, and it was Deckmar back in the day when it would have been
6-year study, my friend.
Yeah. So it's one of those things. Patience. If you're going to be a doctor, know that you're going to go to school for 6-8 years. If you're going to be a lawyer, that's where I characteristic this. How many people go to school and actually succeed to be a professional athlete? I mean, what's the percentage that make it to the NFL and the NBA? That's your percentage here to make it as a professional stock trader, right? That's so. What do you think those guys have done? Do you think they just picked up a basketball and were in the NBA? Nah, most of them probably been playing since they were 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, something like that. So that's 10, 15 years worth of work that they finally are now getting paid for. Of course, the kids in college are getting paid now, but still, they put all that work into that. Working for 8, 9, 10 years old, tied to myself as much as I can to you great people. I mean, you all are, so no offense, everyone in chat I think has a good heart. I mean, there may be someone over there, I don't know who it is, that doesn't have a good heart, but it seems like anyone that I've talked to, done one-on-ones, or I've talked to every single one of you guys, whether it's yourself, CR Trader, Cosmic Ray, Sailing Girl, Bus Boy, I think I've talked and seen every one of you, whether it's a one-on-one, Paula, I'm pretty sure I've seen every one of you, Other Cousin, Liquid Vision. At some point in time, I've seen your face, Joe. I've met you in person. I've done a one-on-one with you. I've watched your live stream. I feel like I know you, and that's what I want to do. As I've said that for the longest time with stock trading, of course, doing the one-on-ones. When I used to stream over at Tradecaster before that, it was only at Tradecaster I streamed, but it wasn't DeckmarTrades.com at the time. But it was I wanted to get to know my traders. I wanted to get to know the people that were in chat. That meant the most to me. If I could get to know them and help them out and feel like they had someone there with them every day, then it makes, like even Lovechip was saying about taking that trade with me, it starts building your discipline, starts building your confidence, your patience starts to grow. You start to realize what is possible, so to speak. So, again, thank you for all you guys coming over. All the love there, Sailing Girl, Cosmic Rays, Bus Boy, the love there, Paula, Ingrid, everyone else that gave the love there for Lovechip. Great trader. He's turned himself into a very good profitable trader. Bothy again on the Discord there, Joe, Elisa, everyone on the Discord that gave him some love. Big time to get him on. Of course, and even later today, what again kind of makes it full circle, which is crazy. I was at the the Money Show, and with Trade the Pool in Orlando, they had a booth there. Obviously, if you do remember this back in a little over a month ago now, I got to go. which was really awesome, and Still Just Humbled had me come over. I'm streaming live with them. They had me go to Orlando, and the whole trip's paid for. It's just kind of like, wow, this is awesome. And here I am with guys like Charles Powell of the world, even the Michael Nosses, obviously, of the world, and the Michael Katz that have been doing this forever and on CNBC, right? And then I get to meet, guys like Adrian Manz, get Adrian Manz's number. He had a booth there as well. So this afternoon, we had Lovechip this morning, who's a big small cap trader. We're going to get Adrian Manz on, who's more of an equities, he trades more of large cap, bigger, sector. And we're going to see what his thought process is and how he's been trading over the past now almost 30 years. So getting both ends of it today. You get someone that's just really got successful and getting his feet rolling and trading small caps and has a great Professor X, and this is my X-Men, and I want to see you guys, I want to mentor you guys and become the best X-Men you can be. And when I see you, it's awesome. It's absolutely awesome. So we'll get this pulled back up here. My internet's laggy today. Unfortunately, I'm not connected to my modem. My wire, my Ethernet wire, was chewed up yet again by my dog over here, Mr. Merlin. He's chewed up 3, if not 4 of these now, by the way. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Hey, look how the line really worked out there for our play there for KLPR again, or KPLT on the way back up for reversal. Bounce play is not working today on it, but it is working here, G, on Zed. So Zed with a nice, good uptrend channel, overall continuation. But yeah, so sorry if the internet gets a little slower and I am laggy a little bit on the live stream, but it is because I'm on Wi-Fi, and my Wi-Fi, for whatever reason, over the past month or two, has just gotten to shit. I am doing a giveaway, so giveaway time to it, and up almost 7K for the last 5 days. So last Friday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, up about 7K. Nice, very nice, very nice. Finally getting back and get some trades under the belt. Morning alerts are free with anything you book. That's right. You want morning alerts where I'm giving out levels and what to trade, not only in pre-market with stop losses and targets, what to trade after the opening bell, giving you levels from small cap to large caps. Those are free with anything you book. You want to come join my live stream, test me out for a month, I'm giving away morning alerts for free for that full month, and I'm giving you one-on-one. If you buy the 6-month yearly live stream package, I'm throwing in 3 months of the morning alerts and 3 one-on-ones. That's the 6-month deal. Everything comes with half of what you're getting. So if you get a year of the live stream, you're getting 6 months of the morning alerts and 6 one-on-ones. If you buy the yearly live stream morning alerts and live stream package, which saves you 2 months on the monthly, so a total of $200 you're saving there, you're going to get the 23 pack. That's right, 23 one-on-ones for free. So an added extra value of about $1,100 there. And this actually these are all half price. My one-on-one packages are half price. So it's really usually $1,500. That's a $1,500 full price value that you will get for free. Adrian Manz just said, that works. Send me the link. So he's ready to rock and roll this afternoon at 1 p.m. Eastern. If you buy and again, I don't know how much money you have. Maybe you only have 2. You don't have 350, but you want to, okay, you need some one-on-one time. 4 one-on-ones with me for $200 gets you 1 month of the live stream and 1 month of the morning alerts. 6 one-on-ones get you 2 months of the live stream, 2 months of the morning alerts. The 12 pack gets you 3 months of the live stream and 3 months of the morning alerts. And if you want the 23 pack, it gets you 6 months of the live stream and 6 months of the morning alerts. So going back in succession here of what's the best and what's not, this is the best. Why? Because you get $1,100+ in added value, right? Because this, you get 23 one-on-ones, but only 6 months of the live stream. That's pretty damn good. You're getting half a year of the morning alerts for free and half your live stream for free. But for only 125 more, you get a full year of the live stream and a full year of the morning alerts, plus the 23 one-on-ones. The second best deal is the ultimate pack at 23, or of course the yearly live stream package, because you're still getting a lot of one-on-ones. You're still getting a lot of the yearly. You're still getting a lot. Those are the next best 2 values, right? Then of course the next best value is going to be getting the morning alerts for 6, or the morning stream for 6 months. Those are to me, this is the best deal by far. The second best deal right here, these 2. And the third best deal is either this one or this one. Different price points, whatever you get though, you're still, and that's what I've noted. I've been doing one-on-ones for almost 5 years now. I've done one-on-ones with well over, I don't know the number anymore. I just know it's well over 500 people. Over 500 people. With some of those people I've done many with. You got your top students like CR Trader that came over and did like 3 or so, got the morning alerts with 3 one-on-ones in the morning alerts. His brain took off and exploded. Next thing you know, he's made probably $500,000 or more. That's last April this happened. We've got the Rick C's of the world here, which this story is absolutely bonkers right here, but Rick C's of the world right here. So we got Rick C's of the world. Check out this message that I got. Hey Josh, just want to thank you so much for teaching me to trade the levels. He signed up for the morning alerts March of last year, 2024. Notice the name of our new sailboat. It's levels. Levels. 2 years, we went from a 950K account to 4.3 mil, and self-administered IRA is even better, which he didn't give a number on that. So I'm only imagining he went from 950K and he's turned that into, he's quadrupled, if not more, his account. In 2 years, 950K to 4.3 mil. Okay, cool. He's got a lot of money, Josh. Sure, whatever. I don't give a fuck about that. Look at his win rate, 92%. I teach you to become the best trader you can be. Teaching you to trade the levels. You go to Lovechip, CR Trader, any of these traders, they become their own trader and do what they do. But this is the one fucking thing I taught them. How to trade the levels. That's how they got successful. I taught them the charting. They narrowed everything down. They made it simpler on themselves, and whammy. Whammy. This dude's got a fucking sailboat. A brand new, badass, amazing sailboat. You need any help, take advantage. Invest in yourself. So any of these you get, like a point me and I've noticed when you have all three of them, you have the live stream, you have the morning alerts, you do one-on-ones with me. Look at CR Trader. Now, again, I know he's the cream of the crop. He's a creme de la creme. But he did that. He signed up for the morning alerts. He did his one-on-ones that he had, because I think he bought that package a while back. He came over and said, hey, I haven't blah, blah, can I still use them? I said, fuck yeah, you can still use them. Let's get to work. He did these, signed up for this, had the live stream over at Tradecaster with me. Look at the chef kisses later. Take advantage of the deal. Again, buy one, get one free. You sign up for the live stream, you get 1 month of morning alerts and one-on-one. That's just a little starter pack. I get it. Or 6 months of the live stream. It's only $350. That's not a lot. Well, then you get 3 or 6 month deal. You get 3 months of the morning alerts, 6 months of live stream, and 3 one-on-ones. Or right here, sign up. That's not a lot either. $700. That's a year of the live stream. You're going to get 6 free months of the morning alerts and 6 one-on-ones. Or, of course, by far the most ridiculous deal you'll ever see, $1,000, and you get the morning alerts, which Rick C turned to 4 or 5 mil on just morning alerts. CR Trader and others as well. Plus, you get the live stream and 23 one-on-ones with me. That's the way you're going to get better in your stock trading journey. You have to come over and see me daily. Watch the live stream. Watch me break plays down, what you should be seeing and why you should be seeing it. Get the morning alert so you can test your levels and get free levels every day of where to trade and what levels are key to use. So you can become a better trader and charter. And then you can see people even like Rick C that have made 4, 5, 6 million off my alerts still come back for more because they're that money. And then on top of the fact, if you really want to take advantage of your stock trading journey, doing one-on-ones with me. These are hour-long Zoom sessions. Like what I just did with Lovechip, that's what I do with you, no matter where you're at in the world. We do Zoom sessions. I go over your trades, figure out what you're doing right, what you're doing wrong, stop you doing what you're doing wrong, and go to what you're doing right. I don't want to point names out in chat, but there are a lot of people the last couple of weeks that I know I could talk to right now, and they're going, that's me. This is me. He's helping me out. He's helping me figure this out. That's what you go back to basketball. You go to a surgeon. You go to a lawyer. Did they just figure that out on their own? I've got law school. I went to know. You didn't. I say, here's my firm, law firm. Yeah, you went to law school. You didn't just become a surgeon and now you're an MD at whatever at the ER clinic and working on people's arms because it just got blown off or shot off or something, and you never went to school. You didn't join the NBA or get in the NBA or the MLB or become whatever Actors Guild or whatever it's called, Aussie chick, and you just started acting. Most of those people that, have been doing acting for years, 5 years, 10 years, 15 years before they ever see anything that's worth anything. Yeah, you get my point there. But they've been acting. They've done something in school, grade school. You get my point. You have a mentor. You have students. You have school. You got to go see a teacher. You got to go see a mentor. You got to go see a tutor. You got to get better. Day in, day out. Whether it's, and to me, if you get all three of these at once, the live stream, the morning alerts, and the one-on-ones, that is where you become more profitable. I just will tell you right now, working with however many traders I worked with, which was a freaking shite ton, well over 500 now, that is the way to go if you're going to get better. And then here is the link to that. Boom. Oh my gosh, who are we going to long trade? Need an inverse ETF for a hardware company device they're about to go. There we go. All right, well, we can look at those. Got to look into which one of those are, Shane. We got to look which one of those is going to be it. Who's going to be the next ETF hardware RAM company? I bet it's not going to be NVIDIA. You ever heard of NVIDIA? Thank you, everyone. Let's go, Joe. What's up? Anyone in A? Is that really 3 letters right there? RAKK RAKB. What's this? ARB, if I can type. ARBKL. Merlin, please lay down. What are you doing? Merlin, lay down. Oh, boy. Here we go. We got us a crazy fun one today. I'm not touching this play, Jesse, but it is very interesting to say the least. All right. Who's ready to pick between a free live stream for a month, free morning alerts for a month, or you can do one-on-one with me? I'm doing just one giveaway today. Next week, I will do 2. And then, of course, I will be free. What is the date on that so I can find out right here? So next Friday, we'll do 2, if not 3 giveaways. And then the Wednesday before Christmas, I will do an ultimate giveaway sale. So the Wednesday before Christmas, we're going to do a big, I say ultimate sale, we're already doing the BOGO sale. Ultimate giveaways. Stop. All right, here we go. I'm going to ask one question. Then I'm going to call it a little bit of a break for the morning here. You guys ready for your question of the day? Again, you want the free light, you want the stream for a month, you get it. You get the morning alerts for a month, or you get a one-on-one with me. So the 3 things that I provide for, either a one-on-one with me, you can start to see what those are like. A lot of people that just get one end up buying more, whether it's a smaller pack or a bigger pack. Live stream for a month definitely seems pretty enticing. Of course, the morning alerts, which could make you more money than anything else. You never know. So, question of the day. Who is ready? Here we go. Question. Get ready, team. This is going to be a fun one. This one's going to be a fun one. I'm trying to... Oh, no, that's not going to be... That's going to be too easy. I already knew that was going to be too easy. That's going to be too easy. That's going to be too easy. Margot! We'll do this one. Oh, that's going to be, I think, because some of these questions I come up with in my head that I want to ask have multiple answers. And like, well, it could be this or it could be that. Dang it. Good question here. I was trying to keep it stock related, but I don't. We'll do this. Let me do this real quickly. Wow, whoa, is it really? Okay. All right, let's get this question in. You can Google it. This will be Googleable. And I will type it into chat. Then I will read it because I think there's a delay. So here's the question. Read the chat. Read the chat, team. Here's the question of the day for a free month of the live stream or a free month of the morning alerts or one free one-on-one. We ready? 3, 2, 1. Bam. How much is the SPY up this year? Percentage-wise. It doesn't have to be perfectly to the number, but how much is the SPY up this year? What's up, Shane? No, Topher Hana. think like everyone, like there's 40 or 50 people still watching, I think, but there's like everyone's like not watching. Let's see, because I don't have any comments here recently. Oh, Ingrid, 0.7%. You have, well, I will say you have the numbers right. There we go. Oh, Aussie chick, it's 17%. Oh, it's 17, Aussie chick. I feel bad because you said 0.71 because I'm like, did she mess up the numbers real quickly? Or like, I meant to type in 1.7 first. All right, I'll give it to Aussie chick and I'll give it to Veda. I'll give it to Aussie chick and I'll give it to Veda there. Yeah, I was like, that's it, I think. I think she fucked up. Here we go. Year to date, the SPY is up 17%. 17% year to date right now. The SPY here up on the year 17%. So 17% on the year. On the dot now, actually. 17%. I was trying to find a good question with stocks. Ready, I'm going 17. Everyone's like 17 now. All right, so Aussie chick. Now I feel like everyone should get it that guess 17. All right, Aussie chick. I'll give it to you. I know Vade. All right, so Aussie chick, you got everything though. Dang it. Do you just want an extra one-on-one? You can just throw in an extra one-on-one for you. I can send you a. How about this? I can send you an autographed picture of me tearing my shirt off. I'll say, oh yeah. I could do that for you. Veda, what would you like? Liquid Vision. What do you want? Give it to someone else. Okay. All right. Who want? Who? Hey. Yeah, you got a lot, Aussie chick. I like that you guessed. Veda surprised me. Okay. Okay, Veda says surprise me. Well, I'll give it to Liquid Vision then. I don't think Liquid Vision won, so we could just chat it up in a one-on-one if you want to, Liquid Vision. Definitely Veda. Wait, what? Wait. What do you mean, wait? Surprise me. Wait. He says, wait. Double it and give it to the next person. Okay. Oh, we're going to do one of those today. We're going to do one of those where the person walks up in New York, says, give you $20 or give the next person $40. And then the person has to decide, and then the next person's like, give you $40 or give the next person $60. You know, and to see how far that keeps going until finally someone takes the money. I love seeing those to see how far they end up going. Those are cool. One-on-ones, of course, Liquid Vision, sweet. One-on-ones, of course. All right, Liquid Vision, you get 2 of them. Liquid Vision, you get 2 of them today. So Liquid Vision, here's my email address, boss. There you go. Email me, Liquid Vision. Email me. We'll get those set up. Love to see you again and chat it up. We'll talk about the good times and what's happened since. I don't know where since just came in. What's since? At least give it 4. Not very nice. Yes. Love that. Love it. Yeah, I can't wait till I really get to that point where I'm just... There's that one guy. Oh, God. What's his name? What's this guy? I love this guy. Damon Darling. I love this guy. What's up? Got a dollar, brother? I love this guy. I want to be like this guy right here. I want to be like this guy.
Yeah, dollar bill. Yeah. Oh, you don't need it? Oh, I thought you were poor. Yeah.
Oh, he does it for fun. Like, this dude's got millions of dollars. Like, this dude has millions of dollars right here. But yeah, got a dollar? This guy, Damon Darling.
Had to come to CVS to get some ones. We were just driving by. We figured we might as well just stop here, hit the ATM, and get some ones. I couldn't get them out of my bank account, Bob, because they put a bolo on the bank account. Because I keep getting ones, and I can't for the life of me understand how that was suspicious. They're my damn ones.
They're my damn ones.
Something like that, Bob. Get you a snack or something like that, Bob. You know, $1 snack. You know, a meal. So sometimes snacks can be a meal for some people. It'll be their meal for the whole day. Yeah, you never know.
I love it. It's so awkward.
Thank you. Yeah, I get lonely sometimes too.
Well, And then he finally meets someone that he'll talk to, and then he'll pay for their groceries.
I
and
felt
ask
bad
if-
for you, Bub. I thought you were poor. Yeah, I was like, well, damn. Everybody should have
Well,
a
this isn't
dollar
one.
bill. It's America, you know?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, he does this goofy shit like, oh, I thought you, and then he tries to see, he wants to see if they're going to get, like, pissed off. And then he loves to help the people that are just like, you know, they end up talking and having a story. Then he pays for their groceries, asks if they want cash back, and they're kind of like, he's like, yeah, you know, I don't get it, you know, and then he'll have to decide for him. Give him 100 back, you know, he usually goes for, like, the max you can get back.
Pay for the doctor.
Yeah, I'll pay for the bun. You want a snack?
No, I'm good.
What about you? I see you looking. You want one too?
No, I'm good.
I saw you eyeing his dollar.
Thank you, though.
Yeah, you sure?
Appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
Yeah. Will you hug me? Can I hug you? Yeah, my papa and my mima ran off. I don't get a lot of affection.
man.
Thank you, Bob. Love you.
You have a good day.
Yeah, I love you too, bud.
I love him. Oh, yes, we'll do, my man. We'll do. Yes, hit me up, email me. But yeah, I'd love to do that one day. You know, not like to the stories, but just like when I've been there before, but I don't know if I don't want to be disrespectful. And then the parent be like, but at some point, I'm just gonna be like, I don't care. If they get mad, they get mad. You know, just what it is. But like there'll be a kid in line and he wants a treat or he wants some kind of snack, you know, at Walmart or wherever. And of course, I live in Arkansas, so let's think about, you know, I'm in Arkansas. Really doesn't matter what state you're in. You're gonna deal with some, you know, some people that are deprived and people that don't have, you know, they're just not in the economic state of mind of making a lot of money. And, you know, like I was in the chips candy aisle of Walmart the other day. Mom walks through with her 2 kids and I'm passing them and she's all right, 2, you get to pick 2 from this aisle, either side, 2. And I was like, oh, that's awesome. I remember those days when I could only like, here you get to pick 2. And so it's like you get a chip or a snack of that sort in the candy, or you get 2 candies, or maybe you get 2 chips, you know. And so I thought that was real, but that, you see what I'm saying, or it'll be the checkout line. Because I love to say that and turn around, you know what? Hey, bub, hey, you pick out 5 things, and then just to hand the mom like a 20 or a 50 or, you know, or 100 and be like, tell them they can pick out 4 things on each side. Or, you know, something different, you know, 2 things on each side. Or at the checkout line, and there, you know, there's that kid that wants some kind of candy, and the mom's like, no, you put that back. We don't blah, blah, blah. You know, kind of, I want to be like, I want to get it and be like, or pay for their groceries. You be like, get it. You get a couple of them. I'm like, you know, I'm gonna pay for your groceries a day. But you know, I want to. There's those times when I want to get it for the kid, or gets like I'll be out of shoes, whatever, and they want shoes and they can't get the shoes. And I'm like, oh, I want to pay for that so bad, but I don't want the mom or the dad to yell. Usually it seems like it's a mom, but then to yell at me and get mad because I want to pay for them. Like you know, that's what he gets that a lot of the time. I got it. I can pay for it. I got my own money. Leave me alone. You know, I'm just trying to help you out. Like, I'm not trying to be rude and trying to make it sound like you don't have money. You know, I'm just trying to make the kid and yourself happy, you know, where you can have a day like, well, someone paid for my groceries, you know, like that helped me out today. That was an extra $100 and now I can spend somewhere else on a bill or whatever it is, you know, credit card that I haven't need to pay off a little bit more of or whatever. So yeah, I love hearing that and seeing that. Well, the line worked out more so for resistance than it did support today. We have got no good movement today overall, except for Zedge. It does seem like I will go over to YouTube right here and check out Stock Rocks for the day. And now I'm not seeing anything. YCBD didn't do anything. MESOX didn't do anything. KPL, obviously KPLT's down. Tilray, did Tilray end up doing anything today? TLRY, did that do anything today? Yeah, I talked about that. I think it was Bothy. Bothy, I think you asked about this play earlier, and I was like, I just don't see it happening, to be honest. I don't like Tilray most days. We good? Liquid Vision, again, anyone that's still out there, 40, 50 of you that are still listening, appreciate you. Almost 200 views today. That's fucking awesome. I love it. I'm trying to get more and more views here on these Fridays. Hopefully that builds up, of course, Adrian Manz later today. And don't forget, that is true. We have Adrian Manz later this afternoon. Well, it is later this afternoon, but later today, this afternoon at 1 p.m. Eastern. That's noon Central, 11 a.m. Mountain Time, 10 a.m. West Coast. So 1 p.m. Eastern, we will have Adrian Manz on. The guy's been trading for about 30 years now at the Money Show, giving presentations, got a booth there. He's big time. Probably the most successful big wig trader I've got on here. Michael Noss up there too, but obviously Adrian Manz had his own booth at the Money Show. So we got some really big time good traders. We got some newer traders like Kevin Avery, CR Trader, Lovechip, J trades that have been successful and have been making money. They were getting more experienced traders in, like Caesar. If you remember, Caesar had Caesar on. He's been doing this for almost 15, 20 years. Michael Noss, same thing. And now we're getting someone that's been doing this for longer than some traders have been alive, possibly listening today. And Adrian Manz in almost 30 years. Team, I will be back this afternoon. I'll throw some soft jams on for you for the time being. We pretty much nailed today's one mover. Lovechip was all over it for us today with Zedge there. SPY and the large cap market is getting a pretty big pullback here. I'll keep my eye on that. I'm going to pull up another Thinkorswim here on the right-hand side again so I can keep my eye on some more large cap tickers. But SPY here finally, and I had told you in the morning alerts, and it's back to those morning alerts here, which I didn't put my link out there. Maybe I did put my link out there earlier. I thought I did, but maybe I did not. But here's my link to the website for that BOGO sale. This morning, I told you guys the SPY is most likely going to have a bigger day today. We're going to see the SPY finally move up out of this range one way or the other and not have a real tight day. And boy, oh, we're having that. And I think she's probably, I would imagine, already below my ultimate low of day as she is continuing to fall down. Most likely going to hit that 80-20 mark we just saw the other day. Again, there's my website. Go take advantage of the BOGO sale like we were just going over here a little bit ago. And how that works, just book a package. I've gotten that asked, well, it doesn't say BOGO sale. I'm going to change that into the weekend, into Christmas, so at least the next half of this month, it'll actually say on there. Traders are confused. I have another trader looking to book and like, well, what do I do? How does this work? Whenever you book, so if you book the half-year live stream for 6 months, I will go into your profile and add 3 months of morning alerts for you for free and keep track of it and add to your profile 3 one-on-ones. If you buy the yearly live stream and morning alerts, you will have the live stream and the morning alerts for a year, obviously, and then I'll go to your profile and add 23 one-on-ones. If you buy the yearly live stream package, I go in and keep track. You have 6 months of the free morning alerts. I add that to your own profile for you, and I'll add your 6 free one-on-ones. So essentially, whatever you go buy, I am your personal assistant, and I then go add in the extra for you. So whatever you pay for, know the BOGO sales I talked about exist, and all I do is add it on for you. If you don't follow me on Instagram or YouTube, definitely go follow me on Instagram or YouTube. Absolutely money sauce there as well. I don't know where that chart is at now. Where did that chart go to? Is this okay? This is this chart right here. There it is right there. Sorry, team. Sorry. And then boom, shakalaka. And then my Instagram and YouTube. Please go follow me there. A lot of good information is posted on Instagram and YouTube daily, which I'll put the links out there in just a second. Yesterday I posted my charting lesson for how to chart large caps. So I have how to chart small caps, how to chart large caps. I'll put that link out there in just a few minutes for you. And what I'll probably do is just play part 1 and 2 here over the lunch hour so you have something to watch and learn. So I'll start with small caps and I'll move over to large caps. Both of those are every video. So part 1, part 2, part 1, part 2, small cap and large cap are about 20 minutes apiece. So a total of 40 minutes for each one. So about an hour and 20 minutes total for the 2 lessons. I'll get those up for you right now. There's how to get a hold of me. My email address is out there for you, joshasmith7@gmail.com. Oh, one last thing here. Come join the free Discord. This Discord is on fire. We are freaking making money daily over here, and I'm talking posting charts to levels and what to trade well before it happens. I'm alerting Lovechip, CR, all kinds of alerts over here. About 150 or so people over on the Discord. Sign up, but come over to the Discord. It's free. Come over to the Discord. It's free. Come over to the Discord. It's free. Take advantage. Again, invest in yourself. That BOGO sale I'm doing, primetradinginvestments.com. Take advantage. Anything you get, whatever you book, any of those live stream packages or one-on-ones, anything you book, you're going to get morning alerts with it, and you're going to get free one-on-ones with me. So anything you book on my package, on my website, you're getting one-on-ones and free stuff, free one-on-ones and free morning alerts. And of course, follow me, subscribe on Instagram and YouTube. And this afternoon, we'll go Adrian Manz, part 2 of Dual Stream Friday. Starts at 1. We'll do this 12 because I'll come on the mic a little bit before 12:50 p.m. Eastern. Be back then. Boom. AMD down for the day. Yeah, Apple sideways, so nothing really there. Tesla, massive move to start the day and massive reversal back on down. Holy cow there on Tesla today. What a huge, crazy move. Margot! Dog out there barking like she talking machine, and she wants to be in here with me, and she throws these fits. Telling you, round 2 of these dogs. All right, so the better movers, I'll put large cap better movers, SPY, Google, AMD, Tesla. Thanks, Josh. Looking forward to this afternoon. Yeah, Joe, Money Joe, Florida. I keep saying Money Joe because the damn Florida, or the Money Show in Florida. Florida Joe, baby. Florida Joe. I'm glad you came around today, Joe. Appreciate the love. Any of you guys that came around. Again, Joe, how low SPY can go, 678, 50. Well, right now the target's going to be this, and there's going to be a lot of traders bouncing at the 680.20 mark, get rich. Under 680.20, yes, your next target down. Look, you can see there's not a lot there. You've got to go back in past chart history and try to find it. Got to go back and find it here. Yeah, you're all over it. Look at you learning charts from me and everyone else, baby girl. Smoking. 78.50, you're all over it. You're fucking all over it. You're fucking money, baby girl. 80.20 first, and then under 80.20 to 78.50. You're all freaking over it. You're all freaking over it, and it's freaking your money. Your money. Your money, baby. Love it. Discord invite invalid. What? How is that invalid? Let me see here. Says Orson. This is it. It says your link and says edit invite link. We'll do this. 7 days. We'll say it never expires. No. It says yeah. Copy. All right, try this again. Try that again. Try that again. See if that doesn't work. And I'll even tag Lovechip to put it over in chat too. Yeah, it may expire for 7 days. I just changed it, though, to where it doesn't expire. Yeah, see, that one should work. That one I just clicked on. So we're up to, we have 54 online, 139 members so far. Accept invite. Yeah! And we're in. So that should work. Let me know if it doesn't. I told Lovechip to also go put it over there on there we go. Thank you, Lovechip. Yeah, so one of those should work. One of those should work, darn it. Dave, let me know if it doesn't. Lost on call, stupid move. It's all good, get rich. It's all good. Got the short on down. Now take it to here comes 80-20. Here comes 80-20. If you crack that, this is just not a lot to hold it up. It's probably going to go to 78.50. Here goes your here it goes. Here it goes. There's your 80-20. Looks like Zedge has lost its edge. Cool. We're good, Liquid Vision. Thank you, Lovechip, for helping me out there, getting that link out. That should work. That should work. That should work. Pullbacks again. AMD, Tesla, SPY, really the better movers with Google. Tesla and SPY, the better of the three, in my opinion, or the four, with AMD up next. And there we go. Love it. Thank you, Lovechip. Thank you. Boom. All right, I'm going to take the break off the mic for now. Enjoy a little bit of the next 2 hours, 2.5 hours off the mic. I may have to run a quick errand too as well out of the office, but please, smash that like button. You see those little hearts in the bottom right-hand corner, and I'm pressing them right now. You see those little hearts coming out? Works. Cool. Awesome, Dave. Awesome. Come on over and join. Be back this afternoon. Besides following me on Instagram, besides subscribing here on YouTube, smash that like button today, please. I'd appreciate it big time. Hit those hearts. Let those hearts go. I want to see you guys back here this afternoon. Lovechip, had 200 viewers this morning. Let's get 200 more viewers this afternoon with Adrian, Manz. Great traders. We're bringing the best of the best over here. We're doing the best of the best. You talk about Lovechip breaking down Zedge to a T, and then here I am with SPY, come out of nowhere, and I say, hey, 80-20, 80-20, 80-20. You're going to see traders come over here and try to bounce it at 80-20. You name a ticker, you pull up a chart, we break it down, and we don't fart. Especially Sharp like I did on the golf course, because that shit was not fun, truly, speaking of shit. Anyway. Liquid Vision, yeah, works now. Cool. Expires period, okay, cool. All right, lost boys, lost girls. Yeah, there's some hearts coming in. Lovechip, Liquid Vision, Dave. Especially, definitely no offense to any of you guys. Lovechip, thank you so much. But Dave, Liquid Vision, Get Rich, Joe, who we got Veda from earlier, MRJP5XL, Ingrid in chat, Miss Oi, Aussie Chick, Saline Girl, my wallflowers out there, Jesse, Blueprints just wallflower coming in, guessing on a hot whim note. Topher Hana, I've known Topher Hana, I've known this guy since he's freaking like 8, 4, 3, 2, I don't know, 5 years old, forever ago. Lovechip, of course, CR Trader, my man, Cosmic Rays coming over, my boy, Frank Leg Ladder. That's right, Leg Ladder is where you get ladders half price on Saturday. Paula for coming, of course, my girls 3 in a row earlier. Paula, Sailing Girl, Ingrid, Aussie Chick. Of course, other cousins been around for a while. Who else was over here today? King Lion, Brosif, that's right, bro. Tango was here earlier with Front and AC and Busboy, Labop, some old school names. Jay Webb was in chat. Those are some old school names right there. Giovanni, Mr. G. Delcor, thank you for coming. Bothie was in chat today. James earlier as well. Thank you, guys. I think that's about everybody. J-Bow was in Chizzy chat today. And, of course, Elisa, the original Good Morning Alert from the first one, back-to-back there with the girls with Paula. Love my ladies. You know I do. You're my favorite. Put you over the guys any day of the week. Thank you, Lovechip. You're my man. You're my brother. Brother. Love you guys. Have a great, safe, blessed, food-filled day. If you are out for the weekend, I hope you're not. Come back for Adrian Manz this afternoon. It's going to be a lot of potential, a lot of good information. So we got this afternoon with Adrian Manz. We'll coast with him for about 30 to 45 minutes, break down some plays as we head into Power Hour. Then we're going to call it for the Friday. Hopefully you stick around till then. If not, I'll see you next week for another Dual Stream Friday. It's looking like hopefully with Michael Katz, the CEO of Trade the Pool. Come back then. It's going to be a great show. I promise you that. And if you do want to take advantage of, and hopefully I will see you either this afternoon or of course maybe Monday, you guys sign up for the live stream. You take advantage of the BOGO sale. I'm just letting you know right now, you get the morning alerts, you get the live stream, and you do the one-on-ones with me. Your journey to be successful is going to ramp up and be a lot faster. I promise you that. Just is what it is. Busboy coming over at the very end, give me a thumbs up. Let me know 2 hours later, Busboy is still around and listening. That means he's doing his best and he's doing his due diligence. I'll see you guys back this afternoon. If you're out for the weekend, either on Monday or next Friday. You know I love you guys more than anything. Reach out to me. You have all the information. I'll repost it here in just a second. All my links. And then I'm going to get up how to chart. Small caps, part 1, then part 2, and after that, large caps, part 1 and part 2, and how to chart, how to find levels, what I'm doing day in, day out to find the bounce plays, the reversals, the support resistance, how to put lines in, how to charge, whether you come in pre-market, you're coming at the opening bell, or you come in 3 hours after the opening bell, I show you what you should be doing. I'm out for the day. Have a good weekend. Yes, I appreciate it, brother. I know you're getting late over there. By the way, Liquid Vision, he is over in Europe. He's over in England, I think, right? If I'm not mistaken, Liquid Vision's over in England. So, having you traders from abroad means the world to me. Of course, everyone here in the States, I love you. But when I see those traders from abroad, man, that means so much to me. I appreciate you guys coming over in a different time zone, different part of the world, yet still wanting to learn, showing the respect. Man, that means a lot to me. I appreciate it, truly. Love you guys. Have a great weekend if you're out. Otherwise, if you're sticking around to learn more or be part of the Adrian Manz this afternoon, here we go. How to chart for beginners, stock market masterclass. Here we go. Into a charting lesson again, just a refreshed one. Same thing that I did a couple of years ago. I guess it was last summer now. You can go find those. I do have a charting part 1, part 2, part 3. We'll start with small caps, move over to large caps, and go from there. Do some mid caps as well. So the first thing, a lot of traders, we'll just go back to hold on a sec. We'll put SPY here just because it's tanking away, or at least looking like it could still go. We'll put this right here and that about right there. See you guys back in a bit, either on Monday or next Friday. Love you guys. Oh, I can't leave out with a bang-o-rain! Lost boys and lost girls. Pre-market. Understanding that we're working with the multi-day runner here. CYPH was LPTX the other day. It was a name change, but Thinkorswim's already loaded up the chart for us here, and we can see past chart history. This used to be LPTX, but regardless, first thing you always want to do, typically either go to the daily chart. That's what a lot of traders are going to be using is the 1 year, 1 day. When you work with small cap traders, that's just what's taught. What trade you got to think about who small cap traders are. Every one of them is a retail trader. You don't have hedge funds or any of those people involved in these little tickers. It's all retail traders, 90% of them at least. So you got to think about what's taught then of the 90%. Well, we've gone throughout the years. We know what that is. It's usually the 1 year, 1 day. Now, to get a little extra detail, when I always talk this, no matter what, it's called the 4-hour time frame. So you can really get a little bit more detail, maybe with after hours, especially here recently. But then a lot of the time there, if it's a play that's been running recently, 5-minute time frame is not bad. 15-minute time frame, which we'll get into with the large cap plays, which I use, isn't bad. Now, this is an ugly ticker, granted, but this is where you want to start using levels if it's been running for 3, 4, 5 days. Which we'll move into, like when you even get to plays like, say, ONDS, which has been moving here recently over the past week plus. You can go to the 15-day, 15-minute time frame and work with it. Let's just go back real quickly to CYPH. And what you're looking for here is first using these levels, understanding that you have this 245, 255 resistance. That should be. That's why I don't like shorting the tops, because sometimes in that first push of the day, volume comes in and we can certainly surge past that. It does seem like when we get there later in the afternoon or morning even, you get a better rejection possibly. So what do you do, right? What's the next step? Well, 4-hour, the yearly, 1 day. The 4-hour really is not going to give you much information because it's been so long since we've even been in this time frame. So I would go to the 1 year, 1 day. Understanding that, again, there's that 250. There's where we got that from. There's where we kind of stopped at that the other day when this first started popping up. Now, over 250, what would be your next area? These floors like this, old support. So then you look at 275. And so over 275, I see another little sandwich area and a lot of consolidation right through this area. So we do have a huge channel here where we have a lot of resistance support right here around the $3 mark. You can see bam, 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 bam. And so that's kind of your line drops, so to speak, your mid area. When you have uptrend channels, you have trend lines, you have sideways consolidation. Like SPY recently on its uptrend, or even one the other day, I forgot what ticker it was. You'll have a uptrend channel, essentially you'll have an uptrend channel. Let's just go and show you an example here. You'll have an uptrend that's going like that, right? And it's bouncing on it. And then you'll have a top resistance line. And I always ask traders to put a top resistance line to the uptrend channel. And they always want to go and put in a horizontal line in. Now I'm talking about the vertical line that runs with it. And so you can see it kind of bouncing back and forth right in between. And then what you'll have a lot of the time built up in here, we'll just put about halfway through. I think it's about halfway through. You'll have like this middle. And so then you'll have this beautiful channel to where it's going up, fails, come down, goes up, breaks through, goes up, bounces on it, goes up, bounces on it, comes back, bounces on it, whatever, and then breaks through, bounces on it, maybe breaks through that time, right? And so you can just kind of trade that channel overall. So pay attention to that, and you want your lines pretty horizontal. It's one thing I do love about trade ideas. I love about trade the pool and thinkorswim. When you put these now, you just you can't unfortunately hover over it. There may be a way to edit it to where you can see the actual degree. But when you do put these in, as you can see here, it does show you the degree right there. It shows you the degree of angle of what these are at. Typically, you like to see them around the 20 to maybe at most around the 40. You don't want to be putting trend lines in that are up at the 50 and higher. Those channels just don't work as fluidly. Right here where I'm at, around that 20, this is perfect. 25, 20 degrees, 30 degrees. 15 is about as low as we get, somewhere around 10 to 15. So I'd say your channel, usually for uptrends, are usually from 10 degrees, that you're going to work consistently, are 10 degrees up to around the 40 degree mark. That usually even I'd say about 35 is getting about iffy, 35 to 40. My favorite is, I would say my favorites are 30, probably down to about 15. Those are usually my favorites, 30 to 15 degrees. So that, just remember that little quick little degree of angles, which you guys need to be paying attention to, and how these trend lines, you want to look for very parallel lines on top of the fact you want to look for that mid. You might even form 2 or 3 in between there, besides just the one. So on top of the levels up, so I see a floor here at 275. I see what I call a sandwich. Go look up my sandwich lesson. Support resistance zone, back and forth, flip-flopping back and forth at the $3 mark. And then I see some here at the top right around 350. So this is where I would go in and set lines in right about right there-ish. And then what I like to do is just come in for the day and see how well did these work out. Well, pretty fucking money, huh? I don't really remember the chart. I knew the top one was going to work out. I called that out in the live stream here earlier to take this short. And oh, so money my level was. I said I waited all morning for this 350 short. I'll go over to the Discord and say CYPH waited all morning for this short. Called the top. 350. Let's see it. It will be the top. All right. So, beautiful short up top. And again, where's it come back from? Now, look at these other lines we put in. Now, how beautiful is this old resistance line that becomes support here at 310? Now, wasn't true resistance on the way back up for a double top, but look at the bounce play on a line that you could have put in this morning in pre-market while this SOB was running and moving and popping up again, but not giving us much. You could have gone back in time into the 1 year, 1 day and found the bottom support here, found the midline drop, your sandwich, and found your top resistance. So your top bun, your bottom bun, and there's your meat and your love and all the glory inside. There's you a beautiful channel that you can then go trade today that you could have put those lines in pre-market and then came in today and then traded those lines. Resistance for fails. Bounce plays, back up. Bounce play, breakout, whatever you want to trade. Fail. That's how you put your lines in pre-market. Make sense? Any questions real quickly? How do you get the trend line to move like that on a pivot point? Mine in TOS doesn't do that, and I have it manually adjusted. Well, once you click on and activate it, see, that's your pivot point. This becomes your pivot point. So all I have to do is just click on it, left click on it, and then I can just, I think this is all good. Does that make sense? So I just left click and it activates it. Now make sure too that you're on, you're on this. I'm on the pointer. I use the pointer. A lot of people use the pan. I use the pointer. I've just got used to the pointer right away. It's what I like to use the most, is the pointer. That makes sense? The pointer. And this is what we would do. So let's just go back to this real quickly. The uptrend channel I'm going to go back to this and get this in a little bit tighter. So that's how we chart pre-market. Any questions on how you chart pre-market for small cap plays? So let's just go over real quickly before we get into market to ONDS. What have we been running recently? Well, ONDS, first off, what? It's moving in this area. So what I typically do is go to a 5-minute time frame and zoom out and go, okay, let me make sure I'm not missing anything. So I'll go to the 15-day, 15-minute and zoom out. And then I start to bring in some 840 corridor. So I see some high up here that I know I can really get a good short on. So what I'm doing in pre-market is marking out levels. And so I just come in and zoom in from right here as tight as I can. And I know I'm really good at seeing lines and levels. A lot of people are like, how do you see that all zoomed out? I've been doing this for so long like this. I have really good eyesight too. It helps. So what we do is we come in and start putting lines in where we have a lot of touches, right? I want to see a lot of touches. Boom, 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 right? Touches here even in pre-market. So I'm going through here with my crosshairs, essentially, right? And when I can just do this on Thinkorswim and just try to find boom, 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 right? Boom. Kind of boom, it's kind of choppy through it, but definitely in pre-market, boom, boom. All right, so then I'm just working my way up here, working my way back to you, babe, with a burning love inside. Don't let it get away each and every day. There we go. How about that? Y'all like that one, huh? No, probably not. That's not great. This is where we start to go at. Because now we start to run into an area that I'm not. So what I'm going to do is cancel that one, come in here to the 1 year, 1 day, and see if I see something sexier, or go back even to the 4 hour, possibly even. That gives me a little, still too much information above these lines, but we'll zoom in here. Yeah, see, there's just not a lot. You have to go all the way back here to 735, so we'll put one in here at 735. This old floor right through here. There's that, and it comes into there. And then what I'm going to do is put one in right there off of this 765 corridor. And then we're going to zoom back in and see what we're doing today. Oh, dang, I didn't get the top, though. I didn't get the top. Didn't really work out anything through here. Didn't work out. This line's just absolutely stupid, and so is this one. What you'd want to do is take this one because, that worked pretty well, though, yesterday and this morning. This even worked out right through there. Hey. These worked out pretty nicely. It's not perfect, but that's kind of now turning into a sandwich. So does this make sense, guys? Both Eli and anyone else that's out there listening, again, hopefully you are taking this, and I'll post this, probably this weekend. I'll, even maybe later today for you guys, the people that didn't want to join or they've moved on or they're just not here right now. What you want to do. Now we're going to move into market charting. But this is what you should do every day in pre-market. If you're trying to find levels, and then those are your levels. Got questions? Makes sense? All right, we're good. So at this point in the day, it's not a painted picture. It's still like, it's not even lunch yet. Yeah, you're good. You're good. It's not even lunch yet. So, you want to leave it in a 1 or a 3. You can go to a 5. I know CR likes the 5. You want to get comfortable in something. To me, I'm good here. Oh, there's where that kind of actually almost worked out. This is just an old trend line up. I'm going to get rid of that line. I know it kind of looks to work out today. That's just an old trend line. So I like the 3 though. It's been moving long enough for me to then just trade the 3. And so what I'd potentially do is add one extra line in. Now, if you want to throw one in at 780, you can. To me, try to stop looking and using so many lines. Like, let's just say if ONDS ends up running back on up here to like, 11, 12, right? I really need to go back to like the 4 hour. So we start moving back here. Do you want to leave these lines in? Only leave the lines in if we stay here and we fail. So build lines up on the way up so you know which lines to trade on the way down. But if we break this and go, like, say, to 52 Ekai, which I think that will be that, yeah, and this will be probably, just one of those extra plays. You're like, damn, I wish I would have got in this forever ago, and it's like at 30 or 40, right? And we were looking at it anyway. Get rid of the lines. You need to be able to stop leaving so many lines in and leave them behind. That's kind of a saying I could have. Learn to leaving lines in, but learn to leave them behind. So leave them in till, we start breaking and okay, we get up to here and then leave them all. And then you got lines to trade. This can be something you can go back to like Bothy or other traders, even the king line traders that need that extra confidence. And I can go back and trade this ticker because I know it and I know these levels and they're really working. You're in your early still ages of your trading journey until you're not that super successful. And I know I just got this and the confidence still does need to grow. The patience and the discipline still needs to grow. This is where this comes into play. So the point being, a quick snippet to this would be, once it breaks through this and it rolls through 12 and you're above 12 and now you're at 14, you're at 18, you don't need these lines in anymore. You probably won't see them, and if you do, it won't be for a very long time. And at that point, I don't know what traders are going to use some of those intermittent lines. They will not be used. Few of them will be. All right? Does that make sense? Learn to leave them in, and then learn at some point that you've got to leave them, just get rid of them. So whatever, say if we fail here, come back on down, and now we're floating around at 1 or 2. It's 3 months, 4 months from now, and we're down here. We're just, get rid of them. Get rid of them. It's kind of the same aspect there. Now, back to end market. The only other thing that you're going to start adding would be downtrends and trend lines. So you need to start coming in here, and this is where I like using the 1 minute time frame to get accurate upon where I need to have my trend lines at, right? So I'm going to come in here and go boom, and then I'm going to come in here and I'm going to go boom, and then I'm going to come in here and I'm going to go boom. Stop fucking trying to start shit from, stop doing this. Stop. This doesn't work. No traders are doing this that are successful. There's a trend line. There's a trend line. There's a trend line. Stop. If you're doing that, stop. Stop. Okay? It's not the true trend, right? Because I can't come in here and find a top uptrend channel to match it, right? Because here's my point. Here's the true uptrend. If we were going to put anything in here, would have been this little weird little head and shoulders, and then you would have started here and went up through there. Because then you could have a resistance line right there with shoulder to shoulders, right? Leave the head out of it. But then you could have like a little true uptrend right here. The point is, when I find these uptrends, and we'll go cancel left extension, leave that in, cancel right extension. Oh, no, not left, but right, yeah, sure, whatever. Anyway, whatever. So when I come in here, what am I looking at? If this is the uptrend, this is the first uptrend that I really notice overall that's really starting to take shape. Here's why. I'm going to come in, I'm going to say it's about right here off this upper shadow. I'm going to form a parallel uptrend. We create a new overextended uptrend from the downtrend break. I'm going to start it off with this upper shadow. Watch how perfect this is. Now, I don't know. I wish I would have looked at the degree of angle here. I think even if you activate it, it's not going to give us the angle anymore. But still, we'll just duplicate it, and I'll put one in here. This one is right at about 30.5. The resistance is 30. You know, it's close. It's kind of caving in a tad. But do you see how parallel the lines are there? Does this make sense now? Do you see what I'm saying? See how parallel? These are like fucking this, almost the same thing. And so this is where you want to come in and start doing that and finding those, and you can still trade in the 3-minute time frame. Now for candlestick confirmation, when these trends start working again, it's the best entries you're going to get for candlestick confirmations. One, if you're trading trend cracks, trend breaks, it's the 1-minute time frame. So this is where you would put line. Now you want to delete lines, right? So you don't need this downtrend line anymore. You don't need that uptrend. What you do want to leave in is this old uptrend. Why? A, it's the longest. It's got the most touches. Not even close. Fail, bounce, bounce, touch. You know, so let's what's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A lot there at 5. A lot at 6. I won't count 7, although I want to, but 7, 8, 9, 10. We'll call that even 11 because that did pop up. 12, 13, 14, right? That's a lot of touches. Most than any other trend today. And oh, damn, it just hit my eyes. Look at this. Right about right there. Look at that uptrend channel. And there's that little midline drop. There's that mid area that I talked about. Right? So that would be the lines that you trade there. This would be the lines. Right here. Does this make sense? Right? So you're going to see if we can reclaim this channel. If we do, now you know what lines we're going to trade. So you've got bounce areas, resistance areas. That's how you chart intraday. Right there on ONDS. Now real quickly back over to IPH because it is moving a little bit more technically sound. Same thing. You're going to come in here and maybe add some extra lines. Old resistance equals new support. Boom, right? That would probably be about the only other line I add in for the day. Honestly, right there, that little sandwich area. A little touch to touch, wick to wick as I call it. Then you're going to come in here, like I just said, in the 1-minute time frame and find your uptrend channels. Because what you're going to see here is this a lot of the time. And we're going to see if maybe back over to ONDS if we don't do the same thing here. And if we don't come up and fail at the bottom, the old trend line up. I talk about this all the time. Old support becomes what? New resistance. So you go back over here to CYPH, is see how we come up, and that becomes a double whammy area for a great short. Not only we found it on past chart history, but now we have that old uptrend too that's going to knock us back down. That says, oh, no, 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 no. You don't have that much bullish power. Not quite yet anyway. And then you're finding parallel trends usually a lot of the time in technical sound trade setups, tickers. It's not the exact same angle, but boy, oh, look how that one almost matched this. And then look, you're on a new one. That's also pretty darn similar, right? That needs to be a little bit down, right about right there. But you get my point. Those are all almost the same angle, or very close. Remember these things, guys. You got to start. This is it. This is all you would do. This is the only lines you would have in here. And this is all you would do. This is the only lines you would have in here for CYPH. These are your lines. Now you know resistance and support on the way up. Now over 350, that would be your main key question. That's awesome that I just thought about that myself. Okay, well, Josh, AK47, what about over this? Well, you're just going back in time. You know, I usually go 5 years typically right out of the gate and then start zooming out from there. If I don't need all this, right, and that noise, I find the 5 noise that I could run into, kind of zoom in from here, seeing those fails at 5. So going back off of those levels, because I don't need current, that's just going to give me too much charting and a bunch of blank space anyway. And then I start finding lines here, and where do we have touches? So I just start coming in here and doing the same thing in the past. So we have a lot here, even all the way back at 350. Then I'd say right here's the next level. Really strong. And look what we're running into. That's right where my line's at today. It is at 360, right? So there you go. That's beautiful. And then you come in here and keep adding more lines. I don't like one singularity upper shadow. It might fail, it might not. I really like this area, you know, when you find a 380 into, you know, which I won't put 2 there. What we'll do is so you can see 380, 395. So I kind of like split the difference there. Click edit properties, make that a fat guy, and then boom. Know that that area is just going to be really strong. Could really do the same here with this guy, and we'll go ahead and mark that as a thick guy because of all the touches. And then over that, then you're coming up to this next, but that consolidation zone right here at 420, you can see a lot of upper shadows. And if I extend that back to the left, which I can see it already, but I'll do it for you guys, boom, almost runs into this upper shadow and the little wick bounce there. And then, of course, then the main guy, this is the main nasty, holy patrollies. If this could ever get the 480 into 5, holy matrolli towns. And that's it. And that would be not only how you trade from pre-market. When you come in, find your levels. We just even found more levels you can find in pre-market to trade. And then you come in here on the intraday and you can see how those levels have worked out like a gemstone for you. And you could just trade those levels. And now all you got to do is come in here and find your downtrend lines. Which I didn't put any more downtrend lines. Sorry, I forgot to put more extra downtrend lines in on this play. Again, too steep of an angle. Wouldn't put it in. This is the one decent downtrend I do see right through there. And, you know, good, you know, decent angle. All these are, now you can put them in, but these are more when you go like a 5-minute time frame. Those just end up being really tight bull flags, right? There's no real, that you can see is an actual trend that was built in. A downtrend, a trend team. Don't forget, when you're saying trend line or downtrend, you are saying a trend. This is not a trend, that is a reversal, okay? Remember that. And please stop again, for the love of Almighty Jesus, trying to put every trend line starting from the freaking bottom. There's a trend line. 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 Stop. Stop it. Stop. Give me that chicken sandwich. Give me the waffle fries. Stop doing that. Stop. Say, give me my chicken sandwich. Give me my waffle fries. All right. Stop doing that. There's your down trend. And that's how you put lines in. Whoa, nasty sell-off. And, 350! We gonna get high of day! We're gonna do it! We're gonna do it! Come on, be high of day! Yes, 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 yes! Nice, 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 nice. Good sell-off there. Let's see here. Let me quickly. Are you on the live stream? I'll type it out too. Parad. How do you say that? Paradigm. How the fuck do you say that word? But are you on the live stream? Let's see. How close to resistance or support would you look to enter or exit a trade? Let's see how much room to breathe, scale in and out. Are you on the live stream right now, Para? Are you on the live stream? Let me just know. Let me know. If so, then yeah, I'll answer that. Paradigm. Okay, cool. Gosh, damn, that one. That's a hard one there. I'm like, what's the silent G? It's killing me. I hate silent letters. Oh, they're so stupid. I don't get them. Oh, Skeptic Stoic. What's up, brother? I know exactly who you are. It makes sense. Okay, cool. So real quickly, just to reread the word. Not his name, but reread the question. How close to resistance or support would you look to enter or exit a trade? How much breathing room, scale in and out. So, two things. If bounce plays and reversals, right? So first, for both, minimum to me needs to be about 30 to 50 cents. Now, it depends on the mover. If we're looking at a stock that's, let me go find one real quickly. If we're looking at a stock that's like, what was a sub $1 play that's run here recently? That was IVVD a sub $1 play. What was one that was sub $1? Gee golly, I know this play wasn't it? I think maybe, yeah. Well, that's sub $1. My point being, if you have a play paradigm, skeptic, stoic, that is, say, going from, let's just go down here, and I'll just zoom into like right here. Well, not even that. Right here's good. And and you're going from, whoa, way too much space, Joshua. Somewhere right about right here, right? And you're working with a play that's going from like 70 cents to $1.20. Well, it's not happening. So 20 cents, right? And I've talked about this. So a play that's around, because typically, let's just say my crowd, my demo that you guys are listening are trading right around $1, right? So right around right here is the starting ground of what you're looking at in trading, usually, generally, most of the time. So with 75 cents to 125 area, you're looking for a minimum 10 to 15 cents, boss. 10 to 15 cents, maybe 20 cents is good. Then once you start moving up to this area right through here, and now you're trading like $1 to $2 range, give me 25 to 30 cents. And then when you start moving into the $2 to $5 range, kind of where we're getting to now, give me minimum 30 cents, but possibly give me, 50 cents. Just depends on what we're setting up. How we always think about this, we always talk about how big was each reversal. So the reversal here is 260 down to 225. So we're going to give that, we'll call it really 265, right? So we'll call it 40 cents. So now I know I'm working with 40 cent pullbacks, 40 cent reversals, 40 cent bounce plays. So how far does the bounce play go? Well, that would be my target. So same thing for the next reversal, we're looking for short up top, 285, 290 we'll call it really, or whatever. Then we go down to 250. So now we have a 30 cent reversal. So okay, we're working in the same area. Then same thing again here, 310 down to 270, 40 cent reversal. So typically you want to look at that too as well, depending on when you've entered the trade, right? If it's way early on in the morning, you may not get a good tell of the tape because a play like this didn't really get to move it until in market. Sometimes in pre-market, a lot of our plays we're looking at them for 2, 3, 4 hours, and I don't really need to worry about, I don't need to worry about, which I'm going to get into one extra little thing on small caps before I move on, which would be charting pre-market. After a certain amount, depends on when you come in, which I'm going to get into that. But say a play's been moving from, say, in pre-market from 170 to 350. Well, now it's going to show you that. Like, say, if it's moved this much and moved all around, moved for 2-3 hours in pre-market, now you can generally just use that chart and then also tell yourself what's the tail of the tape. How big are each reversal is going to be. But for me and myself, again, usually like a play, I want to go with the sandwich. I want to see, old resistance equals new support at 275. Well, I know this play needs to go up about 40 cents for me to get a good bounce play. So 275, it goes to 310. Now I feel safe for it to come back down to bounce off my area. Voila, for the, boom. Same thing here. Goes, 320 break, blah, 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 or I want to bounce play around 310 to 320. I like this resistance area. Past history, you saw this too, as well as I did. Have your line in there already. Okay, give me 40 cents, minimum 40 cents. Well, we break out. We'll call the top area 320. To 355, right? So 35 cents, especially from here, definitely is 40 cents. Voila. Wait for the 40 cent pullback, and then you get your bounce play. Trying to hold this shit yet again on another 40 cent pullback. 340 down to 3. So does that make sense? Skeptic, Stoic, Paradigm, also King Lion, everyone else out there listening, and hopefully everyone that's going to be listening to this future right now, whether it's December the 1st, the 21st of November, whenever you're watching this. That's what I'm always looking for. Make it make sense. Like I always say, build me the chart. Show me the chart. Look at this, fucking perfect. Now we're about to be a 40 cent bounce play. This chart's running technically sound. This is exactly what I'm talking about. I'll build a technically sound chart where you can get a lot of different. I hate this because I want 350 to be the high of day. But yes, that's what I'm always looking for. Look at the bounce, and so yeah, always look at the reversals. The other thing I want to show you is coming in to chart in pre-market. I'm going to have to go back and find something that's moved here. Already 30 minutes into this. So this is a small cap part 1. Maybe I'll make this 2 parts, and this is going to be small caps. So I think I'll do that. I'll do small caps right now. We'll take a break. I'll come back and do large caps this afternoon because I don't want to make this too long-winded. So let me go to my morning alerts. This will be the last part of the small caps and how to chart, how to trade them. Well, not how to chart or trade them, how to chart. I could go to how to trade them in so many different ways. I did bring up ways how to trade them, right? Downtrend break, waiting for candlestick confirmation, trend lines, how to put them in. So a lot of different ways how to trade them. A lot of new ideas may be brought up, right? How big the pullbacks are going to be, how big the bounce plays are. Now you know when you're taking a trade, quick home run hitting it. You see that bounce plays are 30, 40 cents. You see reversals 30, 40 cents. You need to be out half or 3/4 at that 30, 40 cent mark. And what you need to be doing to break down, and here's the, let's just go to it. Let's go to GLTO. Let's go to GLTO here. Let's go to GLTO. Didn't do anything today. Was hoping maybe it possibly would. Did not. All right, let's go to GLTO. So in GLTO, there's stocks that have already been running. I know, and this isn't the greatest of examples, but it's a decent one. But say you're not always up at 3, 4, 5 o'clock. Regardless if you are, and we are now at 7 o'clock. When I come in, because most days when I come in, I'm not a super early pre-market trader, although right now that's where a lot of the spikes and the moves are happening. Earlier than they used to be. Used to be, because you can see I'm Central Time Zone, right? So used to be they were from most of the time in most of my journey right around this PR release 7, 7:30, and 8. Those were the big PR times, right? So Eastern Time Zone would be 8, 8:30, and 9. That's when all the action was, the spikes were, the reversals were, the shorts were finally happening then, even if they were running a little bit before that. But now a lot of the spikes in the movement are happening 3, 4, 5, 6 in the morning locally for me. Point being, when I come in at 7 o'clock, I literally just start using the charting at hand. I don't go back in time. There's no reason to go back in time, and I'll show you why here, and I'll put levels in, even on this kind of the chaotic mover, on how you can just trade. And here's one line up top already, but let me just go in and put some more extra lines in here, and we'll see how these lines work out over the next foreseeable future and for the weeks to come. The days to come, whatever. Maybe even weeks to come. But boom, into that level. Already got the line in right here, the yellow line. We got a little new. I got the trend line. That's the trend line right here. That line right here is the uptrend channel. So those would be the lines that I could say possibly I could look to trade. Right, those are kind of my areas if I work into market that I would look to be trading at resistance level. Of course, if you want to, have this top green line in, but then we can just see here once we get into market, how those lines start to work out. Now, they're not perfect, no, and there are some new lines that get created in, which I'd say you want to put a new line in here right out of this second bounce, right off of that second bounce, because now we have a bounce, and now we have a bounce, and now we have resistance there, right? So that's sexy. This line ends up being pretty darn good, pretty damn good. The only lines you're going to start adding in trend lines. And yes, I would start with the base here for sure and work into that and realize it's kind of a choppier chart, but there's your uptrend and the uptrend crack. You could start it, at a better point if you want to, but I'd say somewhere right around there is your uptrend. Whoopsie, I didn't want to do that. Come on. I want to do this. Right about there. And if, like I said, if you want to lower that, whatever. Obviously, now as a painted picture, you certainly would. But I'm saying early on, you might have that a little too tight. Moving forward here, if you want to put an extra line in, we'll go one more line in right here because you don't want to do too many lines. You don't want too many lines close to one another. You just want the lines that are working out that you can trade, that have profitability zones. So if I crack 20, and that's $1 away. That's good, right? So now we can just roll through here for the day, and we can see how these lines that we put in pre-market are working out in market. And now we can go to after hours, right? Now, again, extra lines that you would be putting in. You obviously, I don't want to keep doing that, but my point was going in here to pre-market. If the play has already been running, you don't need to go to past chart history. If you come in like I do, or you come in later in the day and you come in at an hour after the bell, use the chart at hand. That's what's being traded right now. The levels have been created. I get that, like, what, really? I'm like, yes, I don't go back and do I've had times where it's ugly. I always loved this story. It was like 3 days straight, or I remember it was about 3 days in a short amount of period. It was kind of like it is now. Maybe it had to have been 2021 into 2022, because I know it wasn't it had to have been 2020 and 2021, because there wasn't a lot of, whatever reason I didn't come into about an hour after the opening bell. I was probably being lazy because I was probably starting to kill it and just taking whatever. But I didn't come in until, I remember it was about 9, it was around this time, about 9 to around 9:30. And there was just perfect, not that we had one today, but it'd be like this trend line. A trend line that was formed from pre-market, running for about an hour, like this back here, all the way. And I'm like, oh, guys, trend line crack below the VWAP. Wow, this would be a great. And it was like 3 days in a row. I got one, maybe it was 2 or 3 trades in about 15, 20 minutes and was done. Just killed it. So that's my point. You can come in and the chart's created. You don't have to go back and try to, let me go back on the 4 hour. No, it's right here. Because you can even then zoom out in the next days, or even in power hour, how these lines almost work out gorgeously. You don't have to go through every, if it's already been moving, until we get above 26 is my point. Until we get above 26 or this low of day right here that we double bottom off of the next day that we can now put a line in, you can just sit back here and trade these levels. Maybe manipulate them a little bit if you need to. Okay, now I need to find levels over 25 and go back to past chart history here. We hit it a million times. Of course, it's going to break. Look how you can trade. Look at this thing. Look at that line. Look at that fail. Fail. Bouncing on it. This is from pre-market on Monday. Pre-market Monday levels that we find a couple more in market that now we can go back through here in the past week and look how those levels worked out like a charm later on. Look at the bounce play. Look at this. This is why now you add extra levels. Yes, true. I mean, I'm coming in here and seeing some of my eyes. I can't help but laser them on in, right? That's it. That's it. Quit making it so hard on yourself. Make it easier. Lines I found on Monday were usable. Recycle, whatever, reduce, reuse. Recycle, reduce, whatever that three thing was when we started doing the recycling in the 80s and the 90s. This is perfect. This is, again, why I love to chart, why I love teaching you guys to chart, why I've said forever ago I want to be the best charter ever. Or if not, and I have slowly gained this underground following, which is crazy, was Trade the Pool, and that shout out, with some guy over in Europe, and he, gave me all this love, and now he's doing one-on-ones. Well, he's like the Europe version of me, essentially. He hadn't been doing it as long, but he's doing stuff with TTP now. I was like, what? This is crazy. But that's what I wanted. I wanted this whole lore. Oh, you haven't heard of AK-47? Oh, damn. This is why. I hope this rings a bell with you guys, how to make it easy on yourself. Any last questions on the Discord, on the live stream? Reduce, reuse, and recycle them lines. Yeah, whatever it was. Yeah, something like that. I knew it. Any questions? Anything else from you guys? Good almost 40-minute long lesson right there in small caps. I'll do large caps later today. That'll be the afternoon. You got a paradigm? You got it? Anyone else on the Discord? Anyone else on the live stream here? Hopefully that helped out and rang a bell. That's what I've been doing since 2018. Every single day. Every day. This is where I come up with the lines and levels for you guys in pre-market. And let's go back to this. And I'm going to end this off real quickly. Where's it at now? Okay. All right. Well, I'll end on this to give a tease into the large caps. I want everyone to listen to this real quickly and what I said the SPY was going to do today. Put this over in the live stream. So I just talked about it too as well, in my opinion, on the Discord too as well. It's either 661 essentially for the SPY today. That is a guarantee, or back up to 674, the ultimate high of the day. I feel we will get even higher than that normal high. I just did that just in case. But I feel... Boom. Called this out in pre-market. Before the opening bell, obviously, I was going to say how long, it was only 15 minutes for the opening bell today, that I said we'd either go down and hit that 660 mark, or we were flying right get into another charting part lesson, charting here with the large caps. We did small caps already. This will be more mid cap to large caps, how to chart them, what to use, and I'll go over like a mid cappy play, and I'll go over a large cap play. How to find levels, what you're wanting to look for, what time frames to use. Again, little two-part lesson coming up. Be about 45 minutes long for the two lessons combined. So what I'm going to start off with is give a morning alert that I gave this morning. So this will also show you how I'm getting those levels and what to be looking for, how to use these levels on the morning alerts. But let's just show you how the levels I gave this morning, let's listen to them.
Now, over that mark, watch for a pop-up for your ultimate high of day at 6,878. Watch for top flat resistance at right around 678. Over 678, watch for move up to 679.50. No, 678.75 rule, then 679.50. Then over that, we go up to 680.60. Normal high of day at 680.60. Into around 6.8.
And that comes into play right here. No, that's the 79.50. All right, so there's 79.50. I got the 875 rule. So what I probably did was zoomed into here. And there's where I'm getting it from, right there. Right here. That's where I'm getting it from, right here.
80. 680.60 is the high from Wednesday, the 5th of this month. The low on the 12th of this month is right at that area. Now, over that mark, watch for a pop-up for your ultimate high of day to 682. And I'm going to go there for your ultimate high of day. Now, if we get over 682, we're going into 682.50. Well, we'll call that your normal high of day, or ultimate high of day. 682 to 682.50. Let's go back down here. On the way down, bounce in pre-market, right around 675.80. Under that, we go down to around 674. We'll go 675.75 to 675.50. Watch for a bounce. That's also coming off of last Thursday's high of day. If we crack through that, watch for a move down to 674.85. Then we're going down to 674.35. Little small incremental levels right through there, really. It's there that we get a good crack finally down to 673. 673 normal low of day, ultimate low of day, then goes to 672.50 at first, and then below that to 671. 671, the old trend line up. Watch for a bounce there today if we do get down low.
We never went down low. We went up. And so that's where I'm giving you levels, and that's what I'm looking for. So essentially, when I come into pre-market and I'm trying to chart levels, I essentially am zooming out from here onward and what levels do I need to use. So on the downside, I only need to chart here. And I use the 15-day, 15-minute time frame. Why? There's going to be a lot of people still that just got over to large caps from small caps or whatever and still trade and chart in the 1 minute to 3 minute or 5 minute time frame trying to find levels, even on the daily. Then you've got your 4 hours, the hourly time frame from a lot of traders. Some people use the 30, not a lot, but some use the 30-minute time frame. But you got the 30, the hourly, the 4 hour. Not many use the daily in large caps, but some do. I feel the 15-minute, and a lot of traders, you can go across the board now that I've done this long enough, which is awesome. That's what a lot of traders are using actually to chart. Like good professional traders, right? They're finding the in-between ground in the 15. Well, I use the 15-day just because it goes back and lets me know, okay, well, what trend are we in? If I have to go back further, I do. But generally speaking, you're going to use levels from what's just been created recently, right? You're not going to go back to look at levels from 3 months ago, a year ago, generally, unless you need to go back to that level because you haven't been there. Again, go back to the small cap series that I did, and that's when you have to go up and then back to the left and try to find something forever ago. I get it then. Makes sense. Well, there isn't that case here. You have charting already built in. So all I'm looking for are reversals, a lot of touches. Again, zooming out, trying to find with the touches over the past couple of weeks. And so that's why I said on the way up today, and I called this out in my morning alerts to say watch for this, and then later on the what to trade at the bell, that I really like SPY for a move at the bell today. Like what to trade at the bell. And here, this is so you can, what you also guys are missing out on not having the morning alert. So here we go. Large caps, here we go.
So we're seeing a lot of that again, back to reiterate.
Wrong one.
Favorite plays at the bell going back to it. Kind of looks like some of these plays want to pop, some want to drop. Tesla, in a way, honestly, like especially the Qs, especially PLTR, have a good chart set up for the squeeze and more continuation. Now, there are plays that will get better movement maybe later on in the day, but those would be my favorite ones right there out of the gate, out of the bell. Watch for squeeze SPY as well. Looks like it wants to pop and go for more.
So, lay down. I'm doing a little lesson, baby girl. So it just had that reek. Why? Well, we had this beautiful, you just kind of zoom in for the day. Uptrend, 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 right? We have this huge U-shape eclipsing the high from this kind of overall, in my opinion, kind of a weird U-shape that's going on there, right? Getting back over the resistance level into yesterday and tying it, getting right at it, failing at it. Okay, I get it. Are we going to get over it? Are we going to fail and come back today? No, we run and go for more this morning, holding all that resistance area from the previous week or two. That's bullish state of mind. Then secondly, on top of that, what do we have this morning? This beautiful downtrend. So if we break the downtrend, which we do, and then hold, which that's where I'm starting to give these morning alerts this morning, is right through here. I want to let the movement happen in pre-market. Why? Well, if I'm going to trade the opening bell onward, which I do in large cap plays, I like to trade options, I want to wait till about 30 to 45 minutes before the opening bell, then start to get my charts in, right? So once I see that we broke the downtrend and we're now holding, we're bouncing off the downtrend and holding above it, I know that this play has a huge shot to squeeze at the bell. We squeeze, I know we drop, soak back down, and it ends up being a great bounce play after that. Then goes to new high, but it still kind of fills the holes. Now, again, where to give level. So just to zoom in a little bit to go down, we'll do that to start off with before we go back out. I know it's like, wow, how do you see these? I just can see real well. I have good eyesight, but I get this a lot. Like, man, I can't really see these. How are you seeing this? I've done this for so long that I can see all these little levels. All I have to do is put my crosshairs in, and I can see where these plays are touching, where I have a lot of touches at. And so the one key thing is always pre-market high, pre-market low. So we always want to start with that, then go down. Find levels in between. And knowing that I see pre-market low is pretty much at what would be the high of day. The high here from the previous Friday is also where the high of day and failed at yesterday. It's pretty much in the same area. So we got to know general rule of thumb with these large cap plays, especially the SPY, give it 10, 20, 30 cents. Sometimes you can hear me even though I said, my high of day may be a 50-cent range, sometimes even $1 with some of these tickers. Why? You have to understand that some areas are like this of yesterday. I could have said 676 high of day, right? 676 area. Well, that's where you could have said 675.50 to 676 because there was a 50-cent area that you better have taken profit. Now, again, didn't fall back. It did go for more, right? But it's my point. Where's the resistance going to be at? A lot of the time, it's going to be an area, not like fully defined on the dot. So know that with large caps too. So I know underneath that area, 75.50, the next leg is going to come down. And the next leg down under 75.50 would lead me to this juncture right here. 74.65 into this 74.40.35 area that I talked about. That then runs into also another uptrend channel that could bounce. If I crack that, I'm going down to this bounce reversal at 73.30, and then I'm going down to this reversal at 72.50. Knowing that this is the key area that we just looked at. Also finding some of these areas lining up, with back where we failed at previously before. And then the next area down takes me to here. The bounce and reversal we had at 71.70. Now under 71.70, that's where you finally get a good move in my opinion, because then you come down to the highs and reversals right through this area, right through here, right around 70, right? Now I didn't think we were going to get there because of this whole trend line up. Figured it would hold us up. Nothing there really on the charts at 71, early on this morning when we were there, right? Not a lot, almost there, right about there at 71.50. And that's where you would say 71.50 into 71 would be your bottom area support. Find the little areas like that, find those corridors. I mean, you could say, even like yesterday, look at this, and I know it's a 15-minute time frame, but we can even just go to like, say, if you trade in a 3 or 5, the low of day, I could have said, look, we're confirming all the way up at 65.40, but the low is really all the way down at 64.50. This is what I mean by area, this is what I mean by area. Hey, we could have resistance at 70.50 to 71, if I gave that area. Usually it's a little more defined than that, obviously. I'm just trying to give you examples of when I say area, or that if you don't even have my morning alerts, you should know by, doing this long enough that you need to have areas and not just defined on the dot support, where, like, say, if I say, hey, take profit at 680.50. Anytime now, you can be, anytime now, you go ahead. You don't have to get 86.50 on the dot. We're about, depends on where you got. I hope you're not taking 15, 30 cent base hits here in the large caps. That's not what needs to be done. But you can see, boom, we're soaking to 80, 80.50. So anytime now, just kind of be taking profit, scaling out as we're getting as close as we can to that mark. Not knowing we could fail at 80.50, 80.43, 80.39. So then back to the areas. Like let's go to a different chart real quickly. I think right there that hopefully helped you guys on where I'm trying to find areas and where, like today on the SPY, and how to use them a little bit more so. 15-day, 15-minute time frame. I want to try to find one that's a little bit more clean. We'll go to a mid-cap play in SMR. And doing the same thing, and then now say if we got to an area here that we have in the 20s for a while. So that's why I want to get to this. Now we go to the 4-hour time frame. So we get a little information, but not a lot. Takes us back, at least on Thinkorswim, which I love, the 6 months, which is about far enough. After 6 months, you probably want to go to a yearly anyway, or weekly possibly. Depends on how far you want to go back and what you're trying to trade. Are you a day trader? Probably weekly. I mean, if you're a swing trader and you're holding for 2, 3, 4, 5 days, 6 days, a month, it's weekly. If you're more of a day trader, in and out, 4 hours your go-to. And so you find the area that you're at, and then all you do is you come back in here in this area where you know you're at now, and you can see the price action where it's at. Then you just find levels and go, okay, if we crack under, and here's the main thing. What's the lows from recent? The lows from recent here are 17. You can use these levels. But let's just say, 17 is about the lows we've been here recently. So you just go back in time and find the last time you were in the 17s. And like we did, we zoom into this area and go, wow, I find a lot of support and then a resistance fail. I like this 1650 mark. That looks good. I like 1650. There's a lot of support, a lot of touches through there, right? Touch, touch, touch. We're touching, we're getting failing, we're getting touches. 1615, 1635. The next area down. Where do you find something? Well, it's just putting the crosshairs in and just trying to find it, right? It's not going to be a fine art, but it's just trying to do your best here. So I can see touches back to here, touch right there, touch right there, getting close to being a touch right there. Then we have the lower shadow right there. So I'd say 1580, 1565 support. Let's go to the next level. I see a nice good flat top. Do I see anything else that runs into it? A little there. Pretty much the 1540, 1535 mark. Boom, 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 right? Next level down, right? And then 15, probably flat, I'd bet. Maybe, right about 15. Two little touches right through here, touch there, some touches through here, nothing crazy, right? So right about 15 is where I'd put the next line at. Under 15, next line down, I'm trying to find it. I know I see this. I mean, then the ones you find, like your eyes just see them right away where there's a lot of touches, just go ahead and put them in. If you just can't help, I see one there, put it in. Put those in, but that's what you're doing. You're going back to the 4-hour time frame and trying to find, so if you start popping back on up and we're running from, say, 25 to 26, you're just using this. Maybe trying to come back here and help it out with here. You move back between 30 and 35. Now you're trying to come back through here and find the last times you were really, really hitting 30 and 35. Once you get back up to the 40s and 45s, you don't have to use all. Just try to find a lot through this area and then see what works. Because sometimes you're going to put lines in that work, and then sometimes they do and sometimes they don't. And so what I want to do is just do that right now. We'll go to a play that I haven't done that on today, and we'll go to PLTR. And I want to go 15-day, 15-minute time frame. What you guys can do in the morning, and I'm just going to put lines in on charts. We're kind of in the middle of the chart here, and I'm just going to put lines in on where I feel they should be at, just according to the chart here. Extend to the left so I can see where we're getting there. I'll put them in from the... Now I have to go back here. Put one in right there. Okay. I'll just leave those in and see how those work out. Do I want any more in from there, from here? No. All right, let's see how those work out. Well, and there's not a lot in action. Let's go to the 3-minute, though, see if we see any. Okay, well, yeah, there we go. Wow. Okay, so there you go. Bounce play, right? Didn't get one here. All right, so I didn't get one there at 67.25. I want to go back in time now. 67.25, 67.25, 67.25, 67.25. Right off that high day, 67.25, 67.25, and then you kind of zoom in. I don't see shit at 67.25. Could be a fib line. It could be some, I don't know, maybe a moving average of some sort that I'm not using that was hit today there. Regardless, the 3-minute time frame, this is pretty nice and pretty cool. Seeing this, bounce, bounce, bounce. Didn't get low of day, so 64.25, 64.20, 64.25, 64.20. 64.25, 64.20, 64.25. Yeah. Oh, that's where I almost thought about putting one in when I zoomed in. Was right here at this area right there. And look at that. When I put it in where it hits at. Boom, shakalaka, bam to bam. So that's it. This would be the lines that you'd trade. And then if you want to put more in on the downside, then I'd put... Because, look, I did Tesla the other day. And look, Tesla's a kind of a wonkier mover. I think I did Tesla and a couple others. And then, look at Tesla. So why did I put this line in? I did this last week on the 17th. So I did this almost 10 days ago. I put these lines in. Put these in on the 17th. Look at this line almost 10 days later. This is how you put lines in. This is it. I mean, this is it. I mean, look at low of day almost hit yesterday. Let's just go back to yesterday and see how the 3-minute time frame worked. Well, not great. There are some, and that's the thing. Sometimes these levels aren't. Well, that line worked out perfectly today on the 3-minute time frame. Holy moly! I mean, and then there, like I said, there will be lines that you need to delete, or you know what? I see a line that's really been working out right here. This is really awesome and sexy. Maybe, and it's not perfect, but let's just say there was like, boom, touch, 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 and there was a lot of touches right there at this line. Back to, let's just go back. We'll just extend this to the left and see what we get. Let's see what we get here. Not bad, right? Kind of close. We're close there. Touches, almost touch. So I'm going to get rid of it. But if it was like that and there's just a lot of touches on it, like, all right, I'm going to add that line. But this is how you chart. Any questions from anyone that's listening right now? I don't care if you're on the Discord, where you're at on YouTube. Any questions you guys have on how to chart on the 15-day, 15-minute time frame. You can see just coming over here, I put lines in on the whatever day that was, the 17th. So right here, I put lines in on this day. And then look how those lines worked out pretty nicely, especially if you go to the 3-minute time frame, because 3 to 5 is how and where you want to be trading at today, or day trading is my point. That's it. This is what you're doing every single day. Go to the 15-day, 15-minute time frame. Put your support and resistance lines in. Let's just do this even like right here, because this one's been moving here recently. That's not really that pretty. It's kind of a little down and then back on up. Large caps will do this though. I'm just trying to find another ticker so you can just see how NVDA has been really ugly and wonky. Google maybe, because it's been up and moving. So over the last week, I can put lines in here and say, hey, let's try to put lines in from a certain day onward, and let's see how well those work. So let's go back further days. Let's do this. Let's just do one more here. Any questions you guys have? Anything? Does this make sense on what to do? This is in pre-market. This is if you come in at the opening bell. If you want to find quick levels to use the rest of the day, this is where and how you're going to find it, right? So let's just say, from the earnings report onward, and let's just say this day in you haven't traded Google. We'll just try to see how this works out. And I'm going to go chart Google, and it's this day in pre-market. And I'm going to put, tell you where I'd put lines in for the morning alerts. So I see flat top right here. And that flat top then runs back and extend to the left. Right through here, right? And so I can see resistance at that area. Next is going to be here. Next is going to be off of here, which then runs back into that area. Next is going to be, let's go down. We'll go one more level up. We'll go right there, extend to the left. This resistance support area. And then we're going to have one more of those, like the reversal up top right there. I'm going to just stick with that for now. On the way down, on the way down, on the way down, on the way down. So on the way down here. Off that level. Off the bottom of this level, but I don't see a lot there when I extend that in. Yeah, I do. I see a little bit more right back in here. Not a lot. See how well these work out. Oh my gosh. Ooh, okay, I'm gonna just stick with these lines, and I feel like I'm just this is what I should be doing. Didn't eat anything either. I was like, I pushed through. It was funny earlier. I was like, just push through, bub. You got it, bud. All right. So off of that and off of this little corridor, which then runs back to, if you extend this to the left, off of this area. Now we're moving up off of this resistance support area, right? Support again then here. This then comes from those lows. This extend to the left, comes off of that resistance area, then bounce right there, low of day, right? left comes off of that resistance area, then bounce right there, low of day, right? You could see where maybe I have my lines. And now let's just go to this day. Let's move forward here, and we'll go to a 10-day, 3-minute time frame, because I just put those lines. So what day was this? This day was the 5th. Oh, that was way back here. Okay, so I don't know if that's going to work out still. Regardless, we're going to a 3-minute time frame. We're going back to 30 days. And we're going to go back and see how those lines worked out. All right, because we were right about here. Yeah, we're right through here. So let's see how these lines worked out. This is the day that we were going to trade. Remember, this is the one day we came down, found the lows right there, right? So this is kind of what we weren't. We didn't get to see anything past the 4th or 5th. No, we did, because we saw this day. This is where we were. That's right. That's where we were. All right. So this was the day we were going to trade. Woo! Baby, baby! Look at that. That is gorgeous. The reversal offer right there. Pretty much nailed high of day to start off with. That then became support once we got over it. Let's keep going through these days here. That one not so well. Probably now want to add a new line in of resistance I see right here, because we then bounce off of it. Now look at the lines coming into play. Oh, now we're coming back down. And whoa, Nelly, look at the bounce. Oh, we didn't get there. Oh, we were so close. Look at the lines. Look at them coming in. Look at them coming in here. Now let's keep working our way back to you, babe, in the current present time here. And we cracked down for more. Did we catch lows? Yeah, we got close. We got close. New line didn't quite get in between there. It's a big gap between lines, but this one worked out pretty well through here. Not perfect, right? This is kind of one of those days that you may want to add new lines in, particularly, possibly. Oh, are we going to? Okay, we did crack down lower, but we did hit some lows and bounce off of them. Look at this day. Nailed the high of day perfectly. Bounce Bliss is pretty damn close. And we did this now, Dan, 2 weeks ago. At this point, 10 days ago. And look how well the lines are working out. Look how well the lines are so close. Look at this. I mean, we are killing. This is what you do. Look at this. Look at that. Oh, look. I mean, they're so close to being perfect. And we did that. Look at that channel built in there. You've got to be fucking kidding me. Oh, it's gorgeous right there. I think it's the last time. No, we did stay in this level a little bit longer. And these lines still, for the most part, coming into play here. That's it. And then what you want to do if you come in later in the day, you're coming in right now, you should already have those lines in from days ago. Right? Then what you do is you come in a 3-minute time frame and you go, okay, now I'm going to put new support resistance lines in. Maybe you don't have them for the day or whatever. And you're going in and doing that. Boom, there's one there. Boom, there's one right here. Boom, there's one right here. Now, will these last till tomorrow? Maybe not. Maybe some of these aren't working anymore and you have to get rid of them. They're only working for the day. I'll just put one right there for now just because I want to know the next level up is a pretty good gap. Actually, you could put one maybe possibly right there at 2130, resistance support. I don't want to do too many lines. Then you're going to come in and make sure you put down, you want to come in here every fucking day and put down trend line. Every day you're putting down trend lines in. Why? Because you need to find out where the true channel's out. Well, the true channel to me, that's the downtrend. We just had a huge sell-off profit taking, and the downtrend actually starts off this candle. Why? Look at this almost parallel lineage. We got, look at this. As you want parallel trends. The more parallel they get, even to the sideways horizontal effect, the better the true move you'll get. They'll move more technically sound, right, so to speak. You come in if you want to put, there's not really a trend line in. There's kind of one based off this low. Now, again, just like in my small cap series, don't always base it off the low. It doesn't have to be that way. This is kind of the same thing with the high of day, and I'll find you another one where you may want to do that in the large caps, and I showed that off in the small cap series, where you want to start it at the high of day and keep like this. There's a downtrend, there's a downtrend, there's a down. And you keep basing it off freaking the eye on the top of the tower, the Sauron, whatever that tower was in the tower, the Lord of the Rings. Don't do that, But that would be the lines that you put in, then get rid of this old uptrend channel. That's probably not going to come into play today. If you do want to put a trend line, you want to base it off the bottom portion of where that uptrend would be coming from. And to me, it'd be about right there. So get some touches coming in, and there's your trend line, right? Uptrend channel, in my opinion, I can tell it starts probably from putting it in right there. And to make it parallel, and I can come down actually a little bit more and make it more parallel into those bodies of the candles like I want to anyway. And boom, shakalaka, bam to bam. L lay down, not done with the sitting. Just not done yet. You're going to have to find a spot to lay down. So that's it. There's your trend line. Now you can get rid of these. Why? You just want to practice putting them in. They aren't going to come into play anymore. Why? Well, obviously they're way the heck down here. You're just not going to, there's no way you're going to catch those downtrend lines. So you get rid of them. You leave the lines in as long as there's a chance to catch them or hit them again. Why? On top of that, the other next why, if you break out and pop up out of this trend, this will be support as you come back down to it. Same thing if you crack the trend line and you come down. If you pop back on up, that old trend line, especially the stronger and the longer of a trend line, will become resistance and will fail. You will see that, just like you do in the small caps. That's where you put that's it. That's all the lines you would have in on this. Now you go do another ticker, right? Now you want to come over here. Let's go to at least Meta. We'll go to Meta. And here's a good example of don't start from the high. The downtrend is not, this is not the downtrend. That's just not it. That's not a trend. This was a reversal out of the start of the gate. This becomes the little micro downtrend that you have there, right? Then you can come in and put the down support line into it, more so with the bodies of the candles, if you, but you, boom, right? See how parallel that is? That's your trend line. You know, that's where you'd want to start it at. Saying now, once you pop up, you can visibly and should be visibly be able to see the downtrend, and there's your downtrend. Then the break of it, you can confirm, touch it. Now you're holding it a little bit. Trend line, start it for sure. This one from low of day. Well, I say low of day, but that low area, that's fine with me. That was your wedge you had forming. That was it. But my point being, let's say, in which I'll try to find another one, but where you have example like this to the trend line. It's not always from low of day. Like you find a trend, that's the trend. Find where the actual movement's going to. I'll keep finding more. I know you kind of get where to put support resistance lines in. I'm going to try to keep putting trend lines in for you guys. Oh, we already did Googs. We already did Google. Let's go to B. B, good example here. You're not starting from here. You're going to start. That's where the trend starts. The uptrend channel. The uptrend, because you're starting a new trend. You got to always remember that. Starts from here, really. Because you double bottom, and then you pop and go. Now, your true resistance, you can go back and say it starts from here and say it starts from, whatever. So there's your parallel. But the bounce is, or I should say this bounce, the double bottom was the start of the uptrend. And for good God Almighty, stop doing this stuff. Now you do get a good decent break, eventually, kind of ish. Don't trade those downtrend breaks. You can see how long you have to be into that for that to finally be profitable. A very long time. The more severe the downtrends or trend lines look or appear, they won't provide for good volatile movement back to the top side. If anything, it's a bounce play that does, and it becomes the double bottom here. That's how you chart 15-day, 15-minute time frame. Zoom into the area and levels that you find the reversals, and those are a lot of touches. Use crosshairs. It will help you tremendously, a lot. Then if you have to, go back 4 hours, use the 4-hour time frame. If you can't use, if you're going to an area or level you haven't been in for the longest time. And then the general rule of thumb are these plays go 250, 5, 750, 875, and 10. So if you haven't been like Google, let's just go back to Google and go to Googs here. And this play is racing to new all-time highs. And it gets over 3450, which I would have said 35. So over 35, 3750, 3875, 40. Over 340, 342.50, 345, 347.50, 348.75, 450. Yeah, 350. Is it going to hit all of them every time perfectly on the dot? No. But general rule of thumb, that's just what you get. I was going to say, I bet that bounced at 12.50. It was close. It bounced at 12, right? So, and that's where we failed at, was 312. So you're going to find that over and over and over and over and over. For the most part, that general rule of thumb. So again, if you haven't been in an area and you're going up and, well, I can't go up into the left. That's all-time high, Josh. General rule of thumb, 255, 750, 875, and 10. Over and over and over on the way up. Are there any questions at all here that I have on the Discord? Anybody at all on the live stream that want to go over charting and levels? Go through 15-day, 15-minute time frame to start. Find your levels from there over the past 3 days, 5 days, 7 days. Find that area and find the levels. 4-hour time frame if you go further back in time, and then use your general rule of thumb. If you come in to the market open and you haven't ever charted that play, what you need to do is just like I said, 3-minute time frame, 5-minute time frame. Find the levels traders are using that day. If you already have it charted, boom, shakalaka, bam to bam. Do yourself a little due diligence there, because your disservice is definitely coming in by not charting ahead of time. Doing the 15-day, 15-minute time frame ahead of time. Find that time to do it, and that way those levels you can see how accurate they were. Like we were hitting probably 70% of the time those levels I put in were hit in good trades. You'll have to delete some, add some, but that's where that 3-minute, 5-minute breakdown comes in that I did for you. Find the trend lines, find the downtrend lines, keep them in if they're still going to be into play. Find the new lines of support, resistance, sandwich areas, that come into play. There's your charting lesson, right at about 30 minutes, capping it off there. Hope you guys enjoyed that. And if you have any questions, you need more help, comment on these videos. Like them, please. Smash the like button. Of course, any comment you leave, I'll always leave a little, a comment back. I will respond back. So if you have any questions about that, I can always respond and do another video, just another quick little 3, 5 minute, 7-minute video to dive into a question that, you may have. Use it. Like I said, this is how professional traders chart. So do yourself, like I said, you're literally a huge favor. Watch this over and over and over and over and over and over. Would you mind going over B? Yeah, sure. I'll go over B. 15-day, 15-minute time frame always to start off with. No questions, no ifs, ands, or buts. We'll start from pre-market this morning and go over levels and where I'd put lines in. So boom, just go over here. There's one right there. Boom. I'll put one that I know is good. There's one. I'll zoom in so I can see a little bit better. We'll start with that, then go from there and see if there's like another one I could have added in, which, yeah, I'll just add one more in just in case. I'll do this guy right there. All right, let's check it out. All right, so not great. Not perfect there, Bay 2, that's that chart, that 15, 15. Not perfect. You're a little all over the place, right? You're really far down, really down again. You're not creating a lot of levels for us to use for the most part there. So that's one caveat. So don't forget about that. You're going to find it working out more like when we went to Google and you're in that trend for then you can really find levels a little bit easier. When you get this down, it's kind of like the one I was showing you, SMR. SMR is a lot like that as well. So when you have that downward look, it's really, the levels become a little inconclusive at times, right? Yeah, but that would be the levels that I'd put in. And then when they don't work out and you go to the 3 or 5 minute time frame, whichever one you want to use, and see how well they're working or not working, then that's when you maybe adjust lines and go, well, I see that it kind of worked there and I get that, so I'm going to move that one there. We didn't quite get down to that line. Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't, but one that we have to just immediately put in is right here, right? Now, if we want to get a little bit more of a better magnifying glass, I don't really have another one. I just have the trend line, like we went over and found the trend lines on it. This is more of an uptrend channel play today. This is where the trend line is a trend line play. Levels aren't really working out that well. I mean, I guess you could go in and add like these little sandwich areas, but then, but that's the thing, because it's an uptrend, so it's creating that staircasey look. But there would be a line that you need to put in today. If you want to add new lines, there's a new line I'd put in. That would be it, though. I wouldn't want to overline it. You can see my original lines that are a lot more spaced out. We just have this, huge sell-off. And then we just build a trend line. It's truly just an uptrend channel play, and you can see where we're failing at right now, so that would be 100% it. This would be the lines you have in: bottom support, resistance support, resistance support, because of the uptrend channel we've been in from, for the last hour and a half here. And you can look at my trend line. Boom. This is why I tell you to put your lines in and trade them. Uptrend channels if you find uptrend channels, trade them. Like we talked about, trend line cracks have not been that, for what, I have no idea why trend line cracks haven't been working out. We're building some here and there. And like I said earlier in the live stream, you may have missed it, Bothie. What's working the best is the trend itself. When I never trade, the trends are working the best. The toilet seat movement. Up, down, seesaw. Because usually, generally speaking, what's supposed to work is you crack the trend line and then you'll build a downtrend for another hour or 30 minutes or something along those lines, like this, but back down, working through these levels, the red lines. Now you crack a trend line, bounce, go back up, gets wonky, does some fucking coke and meth. Next thing you know, he ends up in jail and he fucking doesn't know where he's going in life anymore. But this is what's been working. Fail, short, cover, buy, go, sell, short, cover, sell, short, cover, right? It's playing the top portion of it, because if I turn that sideways, if I turn this sideways, what is this? Sideways. This sideways is fucking what are all these plays this morning? What were those fucking sideways fucking plays this morning? Where they're just going sideways. Amber's one I know, like right here. Toilet seat movement. I know they had an uptrend, but you get my point. I can't remember what those plays were this morning. What were they? I gotta find one. Let me find one. AEHL was doing that this morning in pre-market. I thought it was AEHL. Oh, lay down. We're still doing it in market. This is all you're trading. Resistance, short, cover, go long, sell, short, cover, go long, sell, short, cover, go long, sell, short. You may get lucky. Oh, fuck, we finally cracked, right? That is the same thing as what Bay is. It's just on a trend line, right? So that's what's been working, actually. The best part of the trend lines, because we're forming some, not a lot like we were. You'd see 20 trend lines a day in 21, 22, 23, 24. I'm not kidding you. Trendline City. You just call me Mr. Trendline. Find it, short it when it cracked by. And I'm like, nah, I don't trade it. I don't trade inside the channel. I trade the outside of it, the break of it, the crack of it. Well, now that's what's working the most, because when we break or crack out of it, we're fucking cracked out and broken out of our minds. Anywho, but there you go. Got it, Bothy. Bust boy. Everyone else, yes, good, glad. Like I said, I'm glad you're loving it. Like I said, this is it. It's how you chart. This is what to be looking for every day. You come in pre-market, the night before, right at the opening bell, 15-day, 15-minute time frame. If you have to go back further, 4-hour time frame. You come in about right now, 30 minutes after the opening bell. Hopefully, you've already done your due diligence and your work, and you've got those lines in that you can maybe possibly use. The better, the cleaner the chart. As you saw on Google, we were fucking hitting almost every one of them. Well, some of those aren't working, blah, blah, blah. We see a bay. We need to add some lines. We need to find where the trend lines and the downtrend lines are. And hopefully with what I showed you, you now know how and where to put them in. Sit right there. That's a bed. You got it, Bothy. Yeah. All right. There's your lesson in large caps. Again, go back and watch this many times. The more you watch it, the better you're going to get at it, and the more you're going to learn from it. The more you repetition what I just showed you to do every day. Go through every ticker you can. Go to Apple. Go to AMD. Find the charts. Some are ugly. And then within you doing that every day, you'll realize with me, a chart like 15-day, 15-minute time frame that looks like Apple, you want to run away from, and you don't want to day trade that. This is ugly trash headache medicine right there. Don't chart that. Don't even try to. Find tickers that look like Google. AMD's not bad here recently with some decent movement. BABA's ugly. See, that's ugly. Just get out of here with that trash. Get out of here. Google has been pretty good recently. NVDA's pretty trashy here recently. It's a really choppy downtrend overall. SPY's not a bad one to do. Q's not a bad one to do. Go to your so find some mid-cap plays that you can go. But point being, 3 to 5 tickers every day, you need to be challenging yourself and breaking down charts. Every day. Find tickers, break them down. Find tickers, break them down. Already got the 15-day, 15-minute lines in. Go in 3 minute or 3 day, or I should say 3-minute time frame, 5-minute time frame, whatever it is. Start putting trend lines in. And start going. Yep, I can see what AK's saying about putting trend lines in, and then boom. Look at the trend line crack. Didn't work. Beautiful uptrend channel. Got really tight and consolidated. Cracked nothing. Then we're right back on up, right? And so. But and then we start noticing that, and you can start, trend line cracks really aren't working right now. They were for the longest time, right now they're just not. Go in, put your lines in, and trade them. Until the next lesson or any other questions you guys have on this portion of my lesson, I'll go back and do another one and answer them, of course, with another mini part. Enjoy. Rewatch this, please, over and over and over. Repetition this. That's how you're going to get better. All right. Back here. Last portion of the day. Time to get in with Adrian Manz. This is going to be some good information here. OCG is halted up. So we do have OCG halted up here. I had my hat on there for a while. I have the hat here. Well, good enough for an interview. All right. So, Adrian Manz coming on right now. Been doing this for a long time. Going to get him talking about his journey, essentially, when he started, what all he's been doing, and essentially in his trading journey, how he started, what he was trading, going long, going short, small cap, large, to the what is he trading? Day trader, helping other traders out, doing his masterclass type stuff. Hopefully, maybe breaking down a strategy of his if he can. Red to green moves here from the large cap plays coming back on up today. I would imagine probably toward the end of the day in power hour we see a sell-off. OCG is your one small cap ticker. It is halted up. Just got to go back to yesterday really and start trying to find some of this charting that we could run back into for OCG. Which right now it seems like we're going to run back into this area where Kevin Avery was in yesterday, right on this 280 mark, right around 280 mark. If this gets over 280, OCG definitely could start to roll. Really could start to roll here over this 280 mark. So over 280, 290 really doesn't have a lot to move up to except for maybe this 330 mark here on 350, 330 mark on Tuesday, which was its first day running. But this is going to be its first area of resistance, right around 270, 280. That's the floor from Tuesday when we first started spiking. And, of course, the resistance and the fail area right here from yesterday, right there around 275, 280. So we'll keep our eye on OCG. What's up, Joe? Back at it. Those charting videos are priceless. Rewatching. Good job. Well, I'm glad you're watching. I say good job. I'm glad you're rewatching them. But thank you. Thank you. I figured it'd just be something to watch over there. And it was like crazy perfect timing. I didn't really, I thought it might be, but it was like perfect timing to where put the videos on, some lesson time, and then boom, we're right back at it with Adrian here. So let me actually spread this on social media that I'm about to start up with him. All right, we'll go here, and then there, and then here. There's that. Move my drink out the way. Drink out the way. Move the drink out the way. No, I'll just pull it up right here, actually. Why would I even take it? I was going to almost do a screenshot. Why would I do a screenshot? Just show it all right here. All right, here we go. Part 2 of the Double Dual Stream Friday coming up here with Adrian Manz. Met this beautiful, awesome, great trader at the Money Show, which he was actually just at another Money Show again in Florida, which was at the 1st of December. Met him in October. OCG's halted up, but we're going to talk to him about what he's been doing the last 30 years in his stock trading journey. The Double Dual Stream Friday coming up here with Adrian Manz. Met this beautiful, awesome, great trader at the Money Show, which he was actually just at another Money Show again in Florida, which was at the 1st of December. Met him in October. OCG's halted up, but we're going to talk to him about what he's been doing the last 30 years in his stock trading journey. Go part 2 of the Double Dual Stream Friday coming up here with Adrian Manz. Met this beautiful, awesome, great trader at the Money Show, which he was actually just at another Money Show again in Florida, which was at the 1st of December. Met him in October. OCG's halted up, but we're going to talk to him about what he's been doing the last 30 years in his stock trading. Might want to put the link out there. Joshy. All right, I'm going to put the link out there. Let's go to Boom. Let's go to, where's my live stream at? There it is. Share. Copy link. Bam. Boom. Part 2. Link. The Double Dual Stream Friday coming up here with Adrian Manz. Met this beautiful, awesome, great trader at the Money Show, which he was actually just at another Money Show again in Florida, which was at the 1st of December. Met him in October. OCG's halted up, but we're going to talk to him about what he's been doing the last 30 years in his stock trading journey. Go part 2. All right, here we are. What's up, Mr. Osborne? Yeah, you have fun with that play. I am not touching nor looking at OCG as we'll get Adrian up. Oh, no, I forgot to press the stop recording button. Oh boy, that one's 3.5 hours long. The one with Lovechip. I'm gonna have to edit that guy down a little bit. Gonna have to edit that guy down just a little bit. But yeah, so we're gonna get Adrian on right now. Have him on for hopefully about 30 minutes, maybe 45 minutes. Don't want to keep him forever on a Friday as we're moving into the afternoon time. But again, glad for any of you guys that have joined today. Again, learning earlier from Lovechip was great. John's his name in real life, his real name, but Lovechip as he goes by here on the Discord. Yada yada yada. His company's name, which is really cool. Newer trader, how he's ventured through trading small caps, being a day trader, over the past 5 years, and his journey to get to success and consistency. And you saw earlier, he's got one strategy. He's doing the one, I say strategy, but he's got one, how he's breaking down charts, right? So every day he's coming in doing the same thing. Same thing I'm doing, right? So I'm just wanting you guys to understand that's what I say professional, but successful stock traders are doing. They're coming in every day and have the same game plan, same thought process of how to break down and what they're looking for. All right. And then Adrian, man, has joined the one-on-one. I'm going to save this. I'm going to save this email forever, All right, so here we are. Second part of Double Dual Stream Friday. It's an honor to get Adrian on the live stream. What I'm going to do is actually cancel my boom and deactivate this over here, so then I can actually join over here so he can see me on the Double Dual Stream Friday and get him up and joining here live on it. And then you can guys see me in just a second as Adrian joins in just a moment. But again, second part of the Double Dual Stream Friday. And here he is, man. No, honestly, I'm gonna just so an Adrian, I told the stream that I'm on and all the traders that are watching, I'm gonna save this email because I got the email that says you joined my Zoom. What an honor it is and a privilege to have you on, my man. So thanks for and your background. I thought my background was cool. And oh, you have a cool background. It doesn't even look at yours. Yours is so much better. Love it, my man. So what's the day consistent of?
Now, first off, can you hear me?
I can.
Am I mic'd up all right here?
Good to go. Good to go.
Perfect. Okay. So we're, as you know, we've moved to our vacation house because of the fires and everything up in the Palisades for a year. So our little office and studio here is very much an experiment. So if something goes wrong, we'll try to fix it.
Yeah, you're good.
But, I've got everything right down to construction going on right outside the window here. But
love it.
Yeah. So how are you?
Good. Doing good. Loving the Good Friday here. Had one of my traders that I've kind of taught, and he's gotten successful earlier on. So some of that's a little newer. And then, of course, someone that's been doing this for a very long time in yourself. So getting the two ends of the spectrum of day traders, which I love. So good day for me, really, about teaching and learning today. Beautiful weather outside. Must be for you as well. How's the weather for you?
It's nice. It's like mid 70s here in Southern California, so it's been a little foggy in the morning. We're on an island now, so it's not up in Los Angeles. It was just sunshine all day, every day, and down here it's fog in the morning and then beautiful all day. So it's really nice.
So
really good.
We'll just get
Good
straight.
place to trade from.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, exactly. Yeah, if you're in California, boy, it's definitely. Well, of course, you're going. It seems like back and forth between Florida and California, so you're getting good weather all the time. It seems like.
Yep.
All right, so the trading setup. I see 4 monitors behind you. We'll just get into that. Just for just questions that I see. I was a broadcast journalism major. You remember that? We talked about that in Florida, and so I see stuff and I have to have questions. What's your minimum amount of monitors that you want to have? Is it 2? Is it 3? Is it 4? If you had to work with monitors, how many do you like to have? What's your go-to?
So when we're on a travel rig, which we do a lot, then we just have 2 monitors. They're not this big, of course, but for our home office, for this setup, I just want as much screen real estate as I can possibly get. So these are just 4 giant Dell Ultra Sharp flat monitors. The other side of the room over here you can't see is where Julie's setup is. She's got 4 big. She likes the curved monitors. So, data. We're just data driven. And, I'm trying to keep my eyes on the Mag 7 stocks during the day. So I like to be able to have all of those up on a chart behind me and, have all the analytics that I do on them on the charts behind me. So it just eats up a lot of screen space.
Yeah. And and even into that, so I see the the stream deck behind you. Is that what it is? Stream deck, correct? Is that what that?
Right.
Yeah, right. So is that what you typically are using to trade, enter and exit your trades? You use that?
I use it some, so I use it for, if a trade is just a real basic bracket kind of a setup, then I don't have to pull the bracket up on my order entry screen. I can just hit a button and scale in, scale out. I've got it set up, where it'll do sort of complicated brackets, get me in 100% on, like Tesla this morning. I had a trade where I was going long on the opening range breakout, the breakout of the pre-market, and I wanted to set that up as a structured bracket for the exit so that I'd have an exit with a dollar profit, and then have 25% of the positions go out at the next level, and 25% at the next level, 25. So you want to set the bracket up that way, and that takes time if you're doing it with a mouse, if you're trying to click, and it's instant if if you just have a button to push. So yeah.
Love it, love it. Yeah, I've got a lot of traders that kind of go back and forth between the two, having those, and like you said, kind of the uses for it has its times when you want to use it and such. So, well, I just want to get straight to the basic. I'm sure you get asked this. I'd imagine almost any first-time interview, but I'm the traders, the 200, 300, 400 that'll have view this today, and of course I'll record this and repost it, and so hopefully more and more watch it down the line. Just talk about your journey. When you first started, and the differences of 1998 to say 2008 to maybe 2018 and where we're at now. Just talk about your journey and the changes you've seen over the years as well.
Wow. So, we started pretty much trading just the New York Stock Exchange. That was where we collected all the data that we built our trading business on. So we were grad students at the time. We were working on PhDs, and PhD is all about data sets, and you're all about trying to figure out, in our case, it was behavioral finance. So back when we started, this was about, there's a specialist on the other side of every trade. And the guy in the booth, we actually had the opportunity to know all these guys because we were down on the floor a bunch. And you started to build this bias of the stock has a personality based on if Jason at the Barclays booth is trading Michael Kors or Disney or Harley, that personality of that stock is going to be different than the guy at Post 13 who's trading St. Jude. St. Jude was forever our enemy because he really maintained his order book differently than some of the guys who we just liked trading with. Fast forward a couple of years and you're adding NASDAQ to the equation, because now NASDAQ has become not just it wasn't such a pink sheet exchange anymore. It was a legitimate exchange. It was where some of the big tech names were trading. Microsoft was at NASDAQ, and it started developing in a way that we saw that it was going to be part of our future. So now you're trading ECNs. Now you're going, and back then it wasn't as simple as sending something to a smart route. So
Right.
we were working SOS machines, a small order execution system. We were working, you're routing orders to Instinet, to Bloomberg Tradebook, to the island, right? You had to know where the order was being routed to figure out if you were going to have an efficient trade, if you were going to be able to get the size off. And
Right.
so there was a lot of technical skill involved in your order routing. And, over the years, it's been, they are more and more similar. They're still very different animals, NYSE and NASDAQ, but, order routing isn't such a priority anymore. It's, you can use ARCA just to route down to NYSE. You use NASDAQ to route directly into NAS. There's no more gamesmanship of trying to figure out where you're gonna send your order. And it's been, 97 was really when I wrote the first book, and really the book that still guides everything that we do today. It was all based on market cyclicality and the fact that market cycles are things that happen on the macro level, and they're things that happen on the micro level. So you get all the way down into intraday data, and you're seeing the exact same patterns setting up as you see on the daily charts. And that's been the hallmark of our trading, I think, and the reason that we've been successful is we kept it pretty simple. And you don't see on on, my charts, you're not seeing a bunch of indicators. There's not a lot of, I keep 2 standard deviation bands up. I keep the volume weighted average price on there, the VWAP. I keep the anchored VWAP on. And then other than that, it's just drawing a bunch of lines on charts, figuring out where the order flow is. About 10 years ago, Bookmap came along, and that's a useful tool. Lets you see we're equities traders. I think it's more helpful for on the future side. For us, it's helpful for scalping, right? So for sort of tighter range trades, we look to it and treat it the same way that we've treated order flow since the beginning. So the thing that's hard for some of the newer guys we work with, where we'll do these boot camps, and it's a once a year thing. We do a boot camp for 20 traders, and when they come, a lot of them are coming from a totally different profession. We've also had market makers, guys who are floor traders who are now going to be upstairs traders. Different game, right? It's no longer just order flow that's non-directional. Now you have to have a little bit of a directional bias in what you're doing. The market makers, they get it. The retail guys who are coming in for the first time, they'll see something on the Bookmap. They'll see 10,000 shares, 50,000 shares, 60,000 shares sitting above the market, and they'll say, "Oh, market's going to go down." Right. And I'll tell them, "No, market's going to go right to those levels." Yeah. Because as a market maker, right, you're compensated for this order flow. You want to get to the order. You might buy what's in between here and there yourself just to get it to the big order. Yeah. And so that's counterintuitive, and I tell traders a lot of times that your gut's always going to be wrong. I've got one guy who's a gambler who is, sadly he's a gifted trader, but he's definitely a gambler, and his downfall is always if it's going up, he just thinks it has to go down, right? It's gonna come in because it's up too high. I know a lot of those traders. Yeah, I know a lot of those traders. Yeah. And I tell them every day, I just say, you know what, if you see the order flow sitting there, then think, if I think back to when Julie and I started trading, and we were definitely order flow traders when, we've run hedge funds, we've done the whole gamut over the years. And if I see a big block of orders sitting there and I know that I'm going to get paid $2 per 100, or as a $2 broker, you're getting $2 a 100 shares you're transacting. I know a guy who bought a beach house in the Hamptons in one IBM trade on the floor. Wow. This is a long time ago, right? This is when you're still executing these giant trades. But that's still very much the mentality, is you go to the volume. That's where you're going to take your market orders and clear out these big shares you're trying to move. And if you can just get people to the point that they say a lot of trading is not about intuition, it's about counterintuition, then I think it gets easier for them to be profitable. Yeah. Talk about validity. Of course, even when I started in about 2017, 2018, speaking of the Mag 7, which I've gotten into finally and paid attention to this decade, not much when I first started, just how much more volume, how more volatile the stocks are. Has that changed your mentality? Again, I love what you were saying about the simpler, and it made my heart like glow with your anchored VWAP or your VWAP. You don't have the lines that you have in aren't a bunch of indicators. You're essentially putting the lines in to trade the chart, and you're keeping it very simple. So I loved hearing that. So has anything really changed much then, since we've gotten more, Tesla and Meta or any of these plays that now can move $10, $20, $30 in a day? Has anything changed because of that? For me, and I apologize for the noise, Newport Beach is putting our utility lines underground.
You're good. You're good.
It's going to be that kind of month around here. But, we've definitely made the shift. So the NYSE stuff that we've always done is still to this day automated, because the personality of the exchange, the NYSE listed securities are going to be much tighter to support and resistance. It's still pretty much a designated market maker system where, one guy is deciding where he's a buyer, where he's a seller. Open that up and go to the more volatile stocks, the Teslas and the, we trade a lot of Tesla, we trade, but we also trade Amazon and Apple, right, which are not very volatile. Right. And really, it's just a matter of you need to know how you're going to bracket up that volatility, what you're going to do with the volatility when it's in front of you. And on something like a Tesla, we tell our guys the important thing is figure out your risk and make sure you've got a stop that's a very natural stop. You have to, whether it's if you're trading Horton on, or one of the home builders or something on the NYSE, and you can set your stops at 40 or 50 cents. That's a natural stop based on support and resistance. If you're trading Tesla and it's a $4 stop, it's still got to be based on support and resistance. Can't be, market doesn't care how much you're willing to lose or what you'd like to make. The market's going to go where the order flow is, and the order flow is what determines support and resistance. So we tell people, just scale the size. Don't move the stop. If the stop is too big for you, trade 50 shares, right? You don't have to trade 1,000 shares of everything. I mean, we'll take smaller shares of Tesla. I'll do 500 shares on a Tesla trade all day, and keep the share size lower just because I don't want the extra risk. Right. Or on the indices, I've gone and I do a lot of trading on the QQQ or the spiders, and I'll do that vis-a-vis the futures market. So I'll go and trade NQ or ES because I don't have to put out so much margin, right, to control the position. You can just a couple contracts is enough it'd be $400,000-$500,000 a margin on the equity side. I do my analysis on the equity because that's where I'm comfortable analyzing things, and then I'll let the trade go off in the futures. But all of it, when it comes to volatility, is about you need to control your entry. So I've got, the gambler I was talking about, John. He's not embarrassed to be called out. He's like that stubborn about the whole thing, and he, his biggest problem is on the entries. He doesn't wait. So I'll say, look, you want to do Tesla. And where you want to get in $440 on a pullback, let's say, and then we're going to take it long. So number one, he hates waiting for it to revert to like a fib level or something, and if he's going to be long, then he's got to see it bounce, he's got to see it inflect, and then instead of getting in 440, he's getting in at 442. And I'll say, well, listen, if you got in at 440, your stop was like 439. You got in 442, your stop's still 439. Yeah. When it comes back to the entry price, I'm at break even, you're down $2.
Yeah.
You need to go and figure out how to control this risk a bunch of different ways. And it's this, stubborn insistence to say, well, he says, well, if you think it's going to 440 and it's at 447 right now, then what I'm going to do is short it because I think it's going to fall anyways, and so do you apparently. And I'll say, no, I don't think it's going to fall. I said, if it gets there, right, that's where I want to go long. But it might go another $4 like it did this morning, right? They took off.
Yeah, it did. Yep.
It took off. We had we had a great trade on Tesla first thing in the morning today, but it's not waiting for it to go in reverse.
Right.
And he wound up digging himself out of a $5,000 hole pretty much the entire session today, again, because as the thing made 1 bar, 2 bars higher, by the time it was 3 bars, just magically, magical thinking is, well, now it's going to reverse and it's going to go lower because Adrian said he's waiting for a fib reversal.
Right, yeah.
And had nothing to do with I was waiting. I wasn't. You've got Bernard Baruch, like 100 years ago, said, successful speculation is the art of anticipating the anticipators. I think I got that quote correct.
Yeah.
And that's very much true. You just have to figure out where it's likely to go and get ready to do something if that plays out. And if it doesn't play out, just work on the next thing, work on the next idea until you finally get in front of something that actually does what you're looking for it to do. I only have 3 trades today in Tesla, and I just had a text from John saying, it took him 70 trades to dig out of the hole that he was in. 70 trades with a $5 commission on each one.
Yeah.
And you're putting yourself in front of a lot of risk just to get back to zero because you're not willing to wait for the right trade. So that's my take on volatilities. You have to make sure that the opportunities you get in front of are really there. And when they're there, you want to get in as close to your stop as you possibly can.
Right. everything I love that you're saying. I'm like, yes, this is the stuff that I teach and preach to my traders. So I want to be like, guys, you hear what he's saying? I say this all the time. So coming from you, I love hearing this stuff. But I did the same thing early on. I over traded, and I'd say, why am I trading 40, 50 times in a day just to get back to even? And I'm like you. I trade 2, 3, 4. I mean, I don't have, there was setups in those days where you may trade more, but I love exactly all the stuff you've been saying. So let's just go back to almost, speaking of John, how big to you is back testing? How big to you is journaling? How big to you is tracking and going over what you're doing?
So journaling is huge. Back testing, back testing is very useful as long as you're not curve fitting your data. So I'm all for biases. I think if you're back testing a system and you want to layer on.
Let's see if it comes back up here. I noticed a little bit of that lag coming in, kind of coming from both our sides for the internet there, team.
Theory about where price is likely to move and what the reaction is going to be to, like, I've got, on my charts, people ask me what the volume by price data is showing, the stuff on the y-axis on the right side of the chart. Why doesn't that look like volume profile? Well, that's a hierarchical cluster analysis of volume. So what I did was back tested a bunch of ideas about, how do you figure out whether or not volume is important at a specific price level.
Right.
And if you're putting that model together and you're saying, great, I want to know, is this valid, and is it valid at certain times of day, certain days of the week? That's fantastic. If all of a sudden you're back testing a system, and you're down to, geez, if I've got bread in the oven and sunny day, and this is going on, that's going on, man, I've seen people come up with these crazy ideas where they.
Whoa, no, the Zoom just shut down there. Oh, good golly. Zoom just shut down on us. Oh, God bless. Having some issues. All right, team, we're working on this. Sorry. I guess today my internet is just that bad here in the afternoon here, and I wish I had direct connect to my internet, but right now I do not, unfortunately, because there we go. There we go.
That are going to play into this, that along with back testing and anything else, you've got simulated trading, and the guys who profit from spending time on a trading simulator are people who are just sort of trying to figure out. I've never met an unprofitable paper trader, but
yeah,
when you're simulating, if what you're doing, I'll still, if we spend a lot of time at airports and things, I'm going to give speeches for whoever. I mean, going to New York or going to Milan, you get a lot of time on your hands, and I'll sit there and simulate a bunch of trading ideas in, I'm friends with the guys at Trading Sim, so I use their stuff pretty frequently. I'm not trying to say, geez, if I do it exactly like this, what's going to happen Monday morning? If I get profitable on this thing, then, I'll be able to translate that idea straight to the market. I'm just trying to test ideas and see. Whether you're back testing or you're forward testing or you're simulating, it's all good stuff, but there's no substitute for sitting in front of the machine and actually doing the trades. And as for journaling, you've got to journal. I mean, today, our journals look very different than they used to. When we started trading, our journaling would be, down to the minutia. Didn't feel great this morning, traded anyways. Here's where we wound up. Trade by trade analysis. I was looking at this setup, and this is what I was thinking at the time. And today our journals are more just, it tracks every trade, looks at it. Is it one of the patterns that we saw? And if it is, did we play it by the rules? Did we break the rules? You break the rules, you're back to school, kind of a thing. But for newer traders, I think you need to hit pause after a trade and write things down and get as much information down on a piece of paper as you possibly can about why you got in. Did you tick everything on your checklist? Did you do everything the way that you were supposed to do it? And then what was the result? And then you just review that stuff maybe once a week or once every couple of weeks, go through and say, all right, I've got 2 weeks worth of data, together. How did the system perform?
I love it, boss. Unfortunately, my internet too today, because I will say, well, which I don't know if you can. We talked about all the dogs.
Point. You're freezing here.
Yeah. See, yeah. Dang it! My internet. I cannot wait to get my cord back. We'll have to get Adrian back on again here. See if Zoom can pull back up here. Here we go. There we go. See if it pulls back on up here. Can you hear me, Adrian? Gosh, dang it. The one time, thanks Merlin for chewing my cord up here. Arriving
breaking up a little bit. Am I breaking up on your end?
It just went down. Well, here's the thing. We talked about all the dogs that I have. Unfortunately, my Great Dane has chewed up my Ethernet cord, so I literally am on Wi-Fi today. And yeah, I'm expecting from Amazon the new Wi-Fi cord, so that was what was going on. It's on my end. It actually is not on your end today. It's on my end. So you have been more than amazing. That's why it sucks right now. Do you hear me right now, Adrian? Adrian? Gosh dang it. All right, guys. Well, I'm going to have to redo this with him again, unfortunately, and I'll kind of edit that down and post it as much as I can. What I'm going to do right now is probably stop the stream here soon, because this thing just keeps glitching on me. And end this Zoom with him, and then after we end the Zoom, I'm going to end the stream for the day. Let's see if it pulls back up here. It just keeps trying to pull up, and I don't know why my internet today is absolutely... There it is. Sorry. My internet. Can you hear me now, Adrian? Yeah, see, he's still frozen. Can you... Yeah, gosh dang it. All right, guys, I'm going to stop the stream. Stopping the stream, team. I'm so sorry. This is getting ridiculous here. I know you guys, because I'm right here. I'm still here. This guy, it just keeps doing this over and over and over. My Zoom keeps connecting and reconnecting.
Expansion of range of volume and pattern is something I call fast.